WSOP is a great event around the world. Played in Vegas a few times. The main event is a special tournament to me. Had a few deep runs there, so hopefully going to go deep today.
The event, the venue, everything looks amazing.
You're playing against some of the best players in the world. And I've just realised how tough poker is this week, especially in London.
Never missed the World Series Poker main event, 16 years or something.
A 3K main event, probably one of the biggest buy-ins we have here in the UK generally.
Obviously this is one of the biggest tournaments I've ever played in my life.
You've got amateurs, you've got whales, you've got businessmen who just want to flick in 3K because it's their home turf, they live in London, they want to gamble and be the local hero. And you've got online qualifiers and live satellite qualifiers. So you've got a whole spectrum, whole mixed bag of players from, recreational players to top Triton bosses playing the same event in a 3K event. So it makes for a good mix.
I was just playing online on a Sunday and I stumbled across the event. I actually won a satellite into the tournament. So I think I'm in this tournament for $50.
I did not expect to ever join a tournament like that because I just playing for fun.
I got the opportunity to play on the feature table. It's amazing that my girlfriend can watch, parents at home, friends. I mean, normally you tell, okay, I'm going to play a poker tournament, but now they can watch it live and they can basically sweat it.
Yeah, the UK is a tough poker scene. A lot of good players all around the country coming down, so it'll be a good fight out there today.
I'm just trying to play my game, gather as much chips as possible and hopefully make the final table.
So what began as a journey with 910 now has just over 1% of the hopefuls remaining. Hello and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 International Super Circuit World Series of Poker main event from here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane in London. A £3,300 buy-in event with a £3 million guarantee and £480,000 awaiting our eventual champion. Over $13 million in front of him. One of the aforementioned Triton bosses, Kanapong Thanaratakul, sitting there with the chip lead. Final table not yet set. Yours truly, Ali Najad, pleased to be bringing you today's coverage alongside the inimitable Henry Kilbane, and a real grab bag in terms of paths taken to get to this point, Henry, levels of experience perhaps. For some, the largest buy-in they've played. For others, somewhat of a wind down to a couple of weeks of ultra-high stakes, super high roller action as the outer table gives way to the featured table and we feast our eyes.
Yeah, let's go. After last night, what do? Work our way into the early hours of the morning. It's just action-packed, and yeah, just hearing Mormon qualifying for $50, I believe, on GG. There's going to be tons of players in for that kind of money. And Chef also being very honest with the interview, just realizing, poker's tough. It's not easy out here, and you really do have to battle.
And it certainly hasn't been made any easier by the man pictured in the center of your screen, let alone the one to his right, camera left. Person I'm talking about, of course, one of the two Germans pictured, and that is Mr. Rudolph, who gave us all we could handle, didn't he, Henry, yesterday, giving Sheth fits.
It wasn't just Rudolph. There was just so many people. The David 5-bet jam with ace-7 of clubs was insane. I don't think I've seen anything that pure before.
Michikowski, of course, the David we're talking about.
Yeah, Rudolph just raising it up here with the Jack-9 with the gutter ball. But yeah, man, Philip Ward as well with the 4-bet with the King-10 suited against Tobias Schwecht. I mean, everyone just battling here into the early hours of this morning, and hopefully managed to have some time to get some sleep and come back today and close this out. 480k up top.
There's a look at the chip counts at the featured table. David Jan, also one of those Triton bosses, but currently sitting on just 13 big blinds. Those chip counts brought to you by Luxon Pay, and of course, our key sponsor, GG Poker. Most recent elimination was that of the Romanian Sergiu Sergi. 23,250 pounds went to him. Current on-deck payout for 11th will be 25,500 pounds. 10th will pay the same, and then we'll have our final table of 9, where 30,000 pounds will be guaranteed.
Yeah, we could have very easily gotten down to the final table last night had Hahn just held in a couple of key spots. He had Toby Lewis and Pavel Plusev drawing to sub 4 outs with 1 card to come on 2 different occasions. Pavel finding the 3 outer in the form of a queen, and Toby Lewis finding the 4 outer in the form of a king on the river. But hopefully Ludwig Hahn has just been able to sleep it off and come back today and be like, okay, yesterday's yesterday, it's in the past. I've still got a healthy stack, hour-long clock.
Yeah, the hour-long clock in particular is what allows one to preserve the health of that stack, perhaps in a more protracted manner than some other events. Real value being delivered to the players here in this main event, courtesy of the World Series of Poker structure.
And I'm not surprised to see this caliber of players left in the field with a clock like this. It really does favor the players that are comfortable playing deep stacked. And perhaps unsimilarly to Triton, not to take anything away from the Triton players, but at Triton you typically have some of the best 5 to 25 big blind players in the world that perhaps aren't as comfortable playing 40, 50 big blinds deep.
Well, this pairing here of Rudolph and Chef, blind v blind, both hitting the deuce on the turn, was one that rendered a lot of discomfort to one another on multiple occasions, with Rudolph getting the better of Chef and doing so again here on this river, where he has made running 2 pair.
Yeah, both players content on the turn to just try and show down this pair of deuces. Now Rudolph extending some rope to Chef. I don't hate the check. I think a lot of 6x, 4x, and like Jack high, Queen highs now feel like they have to bluff. And this is it. This is an interesting choice to bet this.
Yeah, peculiar holding to elect to fire. What are we seeking to accomplish with this bet of 120 into 375?
The sizing would suggest value. What did you say, 120 into 375? Yeah, so around 1/3 pot. I don't think you ever get better to fold. But it's like, okay, well, what do you get value from?
Now, to be fair, Chef is looking up at this line taken by Rudolph. 3 checks and then the raise, and asking himself, well, what have you got?
Yeah, I mean, the Queen of Hearts is a terrible card to have here. Although you could argue that it's nice that you're unblocking the bluffs. But yeah, very peculiar choice to kind of stab there.
So Christian Rudolph picking up very much where he left off yesterday, it would appear.
And also, just to kind of put a bow tie on that hand, the river check raise, so check, check, flop, check, check, turn, check, raise, river, it's going to potentially deter Chef for going for value in similar-ish spots later on, as it looks like have Queen 4 all in against, I want to say 8, 9 of diamonds, didn't quite catch it. Looks like Toby Lewis is the shortest stack. It would make sense.
Yeah, this is...
Looks like blind v blind.
Han and... No.
It's Toby and Pavel Plusev, I believe. Blind v blind.
Oh.
As Toby is gonna W here. He's down to like 700, so back up to around 12 bigs.
Yeah, obviously his stack was leaned out considerably from his high water mark, but he has been resilient here. There is Plusev on the losing end of that exchange, much to the disappointment of the remaining 10, other than Toby, of course.
Toby is quickly becoming Sean Winter 2.0. just been surviving with short stacks throughout, all the way from like final 48. There were several times where he was sub 10, spun it back up. Several times he was all in for his tournament life and managed to get there or hold. Perhaps Toby is the guy that I'd go to in the case of a zombie apocalypse.
King Jack 3 board. Neither of these blinds connecting on the turn. Mishikowski does pick up the lone diamond draw.
Oh, 9 high v 8 high. Someone has to nibble. One would assume it's going to be Sheth. He's in the small. Gonna wave the white flag. Now to David with 9 high. This one's gonna just check down. Dude, this is insane.
9 high.
You'd never see that. I mean, hardly ever.
Jack in the window.
Rare bit of emotion there for Mishikowski, who has just shown very professional affect throughout his time on the feature table. Mishikowski far from a rookie. He's been at it a minute. Showing 1.8 million plus in career tournament earnings. Best live cash, almost $720,000.
Yeah, fired a couple of events at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Believe the 60K was fired.
Did cash 4 times at the most recent World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. Biggest of those payouts was his last, finishing 29th in a $2,500 no-limit hold'em for $20,000 and change.
Yeah, everyone's had the chance to review some of the hand histories from last night.
Which is not to say that they've taken that opportunity. One would presume, given the value of doing so.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many pre-flop spots and post-flop spots that you just wouldn't be able to sleep without knowing the answer to. So it wouldn't surprise me if these guys have reviewed a ton of hands, and I'm very curious to see how the dynamic kind of plays out. Now knowing some of the info that they were unaware of late last night. So, okay, maybe I don't 3-bet that guy lightly.
Now, somehow, a king works its way to the turn here, despite both players holding one. And note that Rudolph has the better of the kickers. Did open limp from the cutoff with this king 8 suited. Worthy of note.
Rudolph
they both check the turn, Henry, and now the 10 leaves this pot chopped. Should we get to showdown, which it certainly feels as though we would.
Yeah, I think mixing in a hand like King 8 in your check back range on the turn is really nice. Just protects you. You're allowed to have some top pairs as well as some ace highs and broadways. And also, Jan's certainly going to have more 6x from the big. So just because we turn top pair doesn't mean we want to start barreling. Could really get put in the blender. Someone as capable as Jan. They're just going to chop this one up, obviously. Let's come with a pot-sized river bet. It's going to say probe, but it was a limped pot.
We have seen more out of Christian Rudolph than, dare I say, anybody else in this remaining field, Henry. Lines that would give people fits and leave them a bit confused about where they stand in pots, not just in the given pot, but then future game considerations as well.
Yeah, I think what we've seen from Rudolph is a lot of self-belief in his post-flop capabilities to, one, extract value where value can be extracted, but two, also avoid disaster in spots. And it takes a lot of confidence and belief that you can make folds where nobody else can. Case in point, the King 10 against a set of 8s on the King Queen 8, where he wants to be V-pipping a lot. He wants to be taking it to the streets, and he wants to be leaning into his perceived post-flop edge. At least that's the read that I'm getting. That's why he seems to be the only player limping.
Yeah, there is an imputed measure of confidence, and also a confidence that's exuded just based on his table presence. And
the hat.
The hat, also something that requires a tremendous amount of confidence to pull off, by the way. I'm not sure if it's one of these sort of garments that at purchase we're advised just gets finer with age, a patina of sorts maybe forming in terms of the breakdown of the actual structure and fabric of the hat, which maybe lends to its credibility, but his play doesn't sync up with the hat. As we see King Queen syncing up with the big blind for Philip Ward up against Shet's Ace Queen. He's in a bad way for 250K, 680 into the middle. And that was the only paint that doesn't connect with these holdings.
Chef with an interesting one. Ace of diamonds, Queen of diamonds. Fortunately for him, there's no heart on board. Had there been a heart on board, I think there's a good chance that he ends up losing this hand by stabbing here. Just going to take it down. But what you're saying is that the hat...
Not this hat, by the way.
The hat of Rudolph then becomes symbolic to life itself, where just slowly
it breaks down.
Breaks down as the years go by. A metaphoric hat.
It looks like the kind of thing that one is given. You know, you hit a certain number of points on your player card, and then you're allowed to go to the casino gift shop and maybe select something. You know, hey, we've got these some slightly irregular caps that we were looking to offload.
I'm leaning towards like Harrah's, you know, like downtown Vegas. We're not talking like the Wynn or the Aria, something bougie. Like this is, you know, the smoke-filled.
The Four Queens.
Right.
We're actually shutting down our poker room. Everything must go. Come on down. 97% off.
This cap has been sat here on this very shelf since '86.
Looking for an owner.
All in jest, of course. Big fan of Christian Rudolph.
Oh,
and
listen,
the hat.
That's a man who could care less what anybody thinks of anything. He's just out there doing his thing.
Yeah, a lot of fans in the chat for Han.
Ludwig Han, of course, playing under the Dutch banner. Elsewhere in the field. Here, though, it is Phil Ward's small blind going up against Tobias Schwecht in the big. No relation to this Jack 6-6. And
125K.
Tobias sprinkles 1 1/4 out there.
Yeah, Tobias seems to be stabbing in a lot of these blind v blind spots. Has a game plan, clearly.
Yeah.
See if he sticks to it or deviate.
Pictured here being told that he's just won the German National Lottery for the largest payout in history. No change in emotional affect. Fifth of 6 runners right now at this featured table is Schwecht, part of the German duo. 2 Brits, an American, and a Kiwi. As you look at the updated chip counts, brought to you by Luxon Pay and GG Poker here in this International Super Circuit main event, day 4. And you've touched at times, Henry, late day 3 on the idea of stamina. Those who do this for a living and do it with great frequency are a bit more accustomed to what is called upon us in terms of endurance to work your way to a title. And at hour-long levels and deeper stacks, obviously these things come into play even more so.
Yeah, having the experience under one's belt, whether it be, 14-hour online sessions, playing dozens of tournaments in the span of a day, Christian Rudolph, David Yan, Tobias Schwecht, these guys that have the stamina and also the mindset and mentality to realize that it's a marathon, not a sprint. It's going to take us 10 levels of play to have just 50 big blinds in the tournament, which, could be a 30 big blind, 20 big blind heads-up match. So it can't be won in the next 2 levels, and with that in mind, there's no need to try and force things. And I think we're seeing a lot of patience from the likes of Jan, who has been on the shorter side throughout the day, all day yesterday, especially the last 3 tables. Yeah, the buy-in to this one is in the description, but for those of you that aren't aware, £3,300 buy-in, £3 million guaranteed. Down to the final 11, everyone currently guaranteed £25,500 for their efforts. Of course, playing for £480,000 that will be going to the eventual champion.
Ace on the button now for Schwecht. Sitting on 3.7 million. Let's call it 30 bigs.
Raise 280K.
Takes it up to 280. We speculated yesterday, Henry, as to whether or not there's some context, familiarity that was manifesting itself between Rudolph and Schwecht in a couple of spots, given that they're both playing under that German banner, maybe have collided on prior occasions.
I would say so. I mean, they both grind pretty much everything there is to grind online. Play very similar stakes.
You meant with regard to poker, specifically.
Right.
In terms of everything there is. There's a lot of things that one can grind online, Henry, as one who's
World of Warcraft.
Ground my way through. Thinking OnlyFans, maybe? That's also something of a grind that people can explore. Never been on the site, truth be told. Meanwhile, Schwecht hits the 6, checks back on a remarkably dry board that stays fairly dry. It would have struck me, Henry, as a nice spot maybe to just continue with a good bit of hand and not allow random cards to connect with the big blind defense range for Tobias on the flop.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely a mix. From what we've been seeing, and again, I think this is just a byproduct of the tournament structure itself, seeing a lot of pot control, especially from Schwecht over the last 10 hours or so. Or maybe 5 hours, let's say 5 hours, where he has just been protecting his check back range, including some of these middling pairs, top pairs. He gets really uncomfortable at this stack depth to bet flop and allow, a hand with backdoor equity to check raise and put you in the blender. And he's managed to extract a sizable piece of value on the turn.
Yeah, 350K is Schwecht. Bit of a non-believer, perhaps courtesy of that check back from Schwecht on the flop. And Tobias just going for one street. And you can see Sheth recognizing how fortunate Tobias was to end up with a winner in that spot. Maybe Sheth in turn a bit fortunate not to be facing another barrel on the river, something on the milky side, and maybe we retain and get paid.
I think holding an ace is a reason why one would check back there in Schweck's shoes. Not really getting value from anything else. We're chopping with sixes. We're losing to Deuce X and Jack X, obviously. And we kind of block the hand that we'd want to get value from, which is an ace high. So, again, heavy ICM pressure, high equity spots like this, I can always get behind, leaning towards the more passive side. I believe we've got Christian himself in the chat saying couldn't care less, sir, when we were poking some light-hearted fun at the hat. Comes from a place of love, Rudolph. Big fan.
Are you suggesting that Christian Rudolph is actually streaming and then replying?
I think, given the timing, I believe it is. I'll ask him afterwards. But it makes sense given the hour-long delay. Love the limp, by the way. 40 bigs. It's one of those hands where if you open and get 3-bet, it immediately gets uncomfortable. Just opting to limp.
That allows Michikowski to join the ruckus. Muted, given the pre-flop limp, and now Sheth with trouble, potentially, at least for this street, as he has made sixes. 2 checks in front of the button limping Rudolph.
Yeah, beautiful development for the German. 2 undercards to his pair of sevens. Don't think Chef's going to be able to get away from this. Not on this street, at least.
Now there's a card that could create some relief for Sheth as the 175 gets called, and now both players have the open ender. Clearly Rudolph, the hand you want to have with his pair. Checking back, mindful of some Queen X. Now running fives, Henry and Sheth. Playing sixes and fives with a queen kicker and maybe taking stock of a button limp flop position bet check back turn and thinking this is a hand that we might want to be calling with depending on sizing on the river.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting a block-ish sizing. Let's check on the river.
That's a hand that last night I would have expected Rudolph to be cobbling value out of.
Yeah, and that's the hand that last night I would have expected Chef to fire out a bet of some form on the river.
Adjustments being made then here on day 4?
Yeah, and also there's some real short stacks out there now. Toby Lewis is playing around 12 bigs. David Yan, incredibly short as well. So it does feel like players are just waiting to get down to the FT. Waiting for some of those shorter stacks. I mean, the ICM is pretty insane, but it is also incredibly top heavy. It's a pretty flat payout structure until we get down to like the top 4 spots. Top 5, I would say. I mean, the jumps are insane.
Well, that is definitely on brand for the World Series of Poker. You know, we say insane, but it's the kind of thing that definitely motivates people as we get down deep here to stay alive and work their way into these big pay jumps.
Yeah, I mean, from 6th to 5th, for example, it's like 30K, then a 50K ladder, then a 70K ladder, then a 95k ladder, and then a £175,000 heads-up match. That's what we're going to be playing for today.
The rungs are spaced further and further apart as we ascend. Jam here from Mishikowski's small as he plows through Jan's big.
Change, please.
Would love to see Jan with a playable stack. He's been pretty handcuffed throughout the final 3 tables or so. Had that ill-timed 3-bet bluff with the ace-deuce of clubs off of 25.
Remember
got
it?
jammed into, and then since then it's just been a folding affair.
Fold.
A fold round to the bottom by the looks of things. Chef with just Jack-4 offsuit. Mishikowski, 7-5 of clubs. Does have to be wary of the short stack in the small.
Raise 250k. Fold.
Yeah, this is frustrating for Jan. Just getting dealt bottom of range every hand.
Yeah, with a deeper stack, though, that bottom of range could occasionally be put to work. But as it stands, the aforementioned payout ladders, it just is demoralizing. As Mishikowski back to back. Little pickups.
Sounds like the share hands crew are going full UFC on us. I do wonder, you know, 18 days or so on the road together, testosterone through the roof.
Stolichnaya bottles emptied on the nightly.
Yeah, I wonder if an elbow gets thrown in there every now and then, just kind of, you know, typical
Latvian love language.
Sure, that's that, yeah.
Of course, we kid. Very much appreciate the efforts of top to bottom, the staff here in London, who is
It's insane, the production levels, man, and the work that goes into it as well. Before you arrived, I was speaking to Pauls about, you know, they have to travel days before us, unpack all the shipments, get everything set up.
Well, you want to talk about a setup. Perhaps this is the one David Jan's been waiting for. 1.2 million and open for Mishikowski, 3rd straight pot. And here he is. Ace-queen on the button. Rips it in there.
Fold. Fold.
It's going to come back around to Mishikowski.
It's close. I think we have to call.
Yeah.
We just don't like it.
All in and call table 1.
So, Jan in front. 2.75 million chip pot. Our first all-in and call here at the feature. We saw Toby Lewis doubling at the outer table. On the day already. Can Jan do the same? Sure looks that way, doesn't it? Ace-5-3 board.
Very difficult to win that one with the King-10 of spades.
And now it's official. As the King-10 draws dead. And patience rewarded for New Zealand's finest. Certainly in the conversation. I think Celsia Jang might have something to say about it. Although she's so gracious, she'd be happy to give David Jan the accolade. Fly under the radar, the two of them. Representing New Zealand. You ever travel out that way, Henry, by chance?
Not yet, and it is definitely on my bucket list of places. Like, I think I'm gonna disappear for a year and do like Argentina, Brazil, New Zealand, Australia, Fiji. You know, those kind of places. Just get out of my system because it still hasn't been done.
Brood siring mission, or
Yeah, go and build some schools or whatever.
and then populate them with just your own children?
Perhaps. I mean, it depends.
I mean, the nations that you mentioned certainly I think would be happy to have you. Henry?
No comment. Although, if you think back to our team of commentators in Madrid, there were a few Brazilian wives, if I'm not mistaken.
Brian Rast, who picked up a bracelet this summer and had a very touching speech crediting a lot of his success to his wife.
Yeah, Jeff Gross as well. So perhaps that's the trick, is just fly to Brazil, come back a happy married man. As Shrek's going to be happy to see the hooks.
Very much so. Jan putting those new chips to work promptly with the ace-3 suited. Understandably, it would be a little disappointing to go right back to being forced into that sort of small stack
5 seconds.
setup that he was dealing with.
170.
And this is not what we like to see.
Yeah, typically a spot where deeper stacked, we would go bigger, but we just don't need to. With ICM and Jan's stack depth comes with less than 3x. It's an annoying spot for Jan. He's been nursing that 10 big blind stack for so long, doubles up, and then has a hand that he just has to raise first in. Gets punished immediately. Could slip up here. Has fold equity. He's going to stay disciplined.
I think that's a good descriptor for David Jan, by the way. Henry, I can't remember the last time I looked up and saw the screen and thought to myself, here's some haste.
Oh, I don't know, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, he can freestyle. Seen him freestyle before.
Well, freestyle's one thing, right? Because we're doing it with the understanding that we're taking a higher variance spot, and we sense that maybe an opportunity was there before us, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of, like, forcing the issue, like, for example, this ace-3, right?
Coming over the top.
Just things of that nature, I feel like he doesn't necessarily skew toward the side of making it a hobby or a habit. But on balance, obviously we would hope that there would be a little bit of it sprinkled in from time to time. But just a sound player, I suppose, is the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I agree. And I think he just has a solid read on the general population of players that more often than not, they have it. And we don't need to get cute and overly creative. You know, keeping your strategy as simple as possible is a good thing long term.
Yeah,
you don't need to overcomplicate poker.
I love that thought. You know, there is no rule that says one must pave the road to victory with sex appeal. I mean, it can be as boring as you want it to be. In fact, I think about, and I know I'm not the man that is deep in the boxing streets. That, of course, is my partner on other occasions, Nick Schulman. But Floyd Mayweather, who I'm sure is a name that, whether you're into boxing or not, was one of the greatest to ever do it and was a very boring man to watch fight, by and large. He would take it to the scorecards. He would just put a shoulder out there, hide, not want to get hit, and then win.
Couldn't agree more. I think that's a perfect example as well.
Here we find the Queen 10-9 board, heavily favoring Phil Ward's cutoff open. Gut shot, straight flush draw. The fives heavily disinterested in this texture after defending. And now the king high flush.
Ward with the 100% check mark. Check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Wow.
325k.
Chef
Fold.
sets fire to 325k, and perhaps that's why I like some of the adjustments these guys have made.
Yeah, Phil Ward comfortably calling with the third nuts. Jack of hearts, ace of hearts. The only two hands that beat him. Wait a minute. That's a cup of coffee and a man on his feet.
Is that Han?
Hang on a minute.
It is.
It was Han. And it appears that KT with KK is the man to do it to him. Han had ace jack.
Oh, that's brutal.
Busting in 11th is Hannibal. And that'll come much to the disappointment of the Dutch following.
That's rough. He had a really rough ending to the night. I want to say he was like 3rd in chips, 4th in chips with 11 left. Had Plusev on the ropes. Couldn't finish him off. Had Toby Lewis on the ropes. That's probably going to be one of those tournaments that he looks back on and it's going to sting him for a while. Hopefully he can find the silver lining in the payout and put a lot of it down to variance, especially at the later stage, and just come back even stronger next time round, because those ones can take a while to get over, especially with 480,000 pounds up top.
Yeah, it's the heartbreak of the 25-5 relative to what first place money, which we were so close to, yields. But I think you hit it right on the head, Henry, insofar as chalking it up to variance and looking back upon it and thinking, did I play my best poker? Did I make all the decisions that I wanted to make? And am I comfortable with them? And then just the cards are going to do what they're going to do.
GG's, Han. Final table bubble. Thailand leading the pack, eh?
What was that? A jam with the ace-7 suited?
Wait, hang on. Oh, it's small blind v big blind. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Nine, 3, never the one.
Yeah, it looks like Lewis doubled through Han, ace-5 against Han's king-queen, and then Han was down to sub-20. Now bowing out at the hands of Kanapong.
Yeah,
GG's, young man.
Ace-jack against 2 kings. So he took the worst of it in back-to-back spots there. Not that taking the best of it served his interests late last night, as we saw. Just things unraveling, as they occasionally do.
Yeah, typically, you know, you lose 4 all-ins in a row and you're out the tournament. Sometimes you are just dealt out.
Well, sometimes we lose 4 all-ins in a row, and then we're out the tournament due to being 86'd by the floor staff based on our emotional reaction to that, you know, a full water bottle hurled at top speed through the room, maybe a table flipped over, perhaps even the life choked out of one of our fellow combatants.
Threats of buildings being burnt down to the ground, you know?
Well, on the topic of threats, Henry, as I say this in jest, but did you catch these clips of these 2 gentlemen in this cash game stream out in Las Vegas?
Very Vegas.
Just
very Vegas.
Threats of torture and maternal coitus. Very awkward stuff. I'll allow those who are so inclined to maybe take to Google and soak up some of the nastiness that was going on. But apparently they've been barred from any future streams, understandably. As Tobias Schwecht just torturing the blinds. And that's inbounds with King 10 suited.
Yeah, the guy was way too calm for my liking. That's what the real scary thing about that entire exchange was for me.
So you prefer actual puffiness?
Well,
posturing.
Puffiness typically is all bark and no bite. But when a guy just kind of sat there, it's like, no, let's finish the game of poker and we'll deal with this afterwards. We can go outside after. For now, I want to play. You're going to find out that That strikes me as
Might be a good read.
as someone that.
I believe there was a solicitation. Come to my room
Yeah.
later. Come see me in my office.
It's
You know?
Look, man, he definitely ticked the boxes of all descriptives of someone who I wouldn't want to cross personally.
Yeah. That's the kind of embassy one saunters into and then walks out. Well, doesn't walk out. Actually, just is, you know, disposed of in multiple pieces.
I've been to enough men's spas where the back tattoos, the yakuzas, you know,
missing pinky,
make their presence known, and as a 6'4" blonde white man, you just keep your head down and smile, nod politely. If you value life, that is. Jan, valuing the ace-king on the button.
Sub 20 bigs. Comes with an open sizing.
Yeah, I like this. Inducing the blinds to go after him. More often than not, it's going to be with hands that he has dominated. Just get someone to make a mistake with king, queen, ace 10.
Jack 6 bind. Suited 9-3 now for Schwecht. Not an obligatory continue, is it?
No, at this stack depth, with this structure, this sizing as well.
Yeah. Release.
I think maybe perhaps against Min, we could look into defending. But with ICM, feels really grim. Final table bubble, hey? 3K Super Circuit main event. It's a very casual 160 buy-ins for first. Something unheard of on UK soil. Love to see the efforts of Luxompe and GG Poker being rewarded with the turnouts that we've had throughout the series.
Worthy of note, by the way, the talents of someone like Chris Moorman, a legend, finishing in 18th. He qualified for this thing with $50 as he came from the online side of the equation. And talk us through a little this hybrid sort of format in terms of day 1, day 2 play, and then the combination of the field on day 3.
Yeah, I think it attracts a lot of the online grinders. The fact that they get to just grind the day 1 from the comfort of their own homes and then make it into day 3 having secured, you know, a min cash.
Right, if you have to show up and play live,
yeah,
which is when we draw the curtain on the online operation, you're going to be making your way to the venue knowing that you've cashed. As opposed to come on down, maybe pay for a flight, pay for a hotel room.
Pay for a flight, you know.
Tank of petrol.
The train's delayed or on strike. That oil company that seems to be blocking every road within the UK at the moment. I've forgotten the name, but I think it's Just Stop Oil or something.
Which would be very apropos.
Yeah, you know, you've got day 1 to play and you're tilted before you've even taken a seat.
In this moments like this is when we do wish that there was a civilian edition of the bazooka that we could use when needed. Pardon me. No? You say you're not going to move your oil rig? I got something for you. Apparently, Rudolph has something for Schwecht. As there is no soft play.
Yeah, but I have to step away.
390 from the ace-5. Wagging his finger at this small blind limp.
Could be a fun one. 900k in this inflated pot. Was it 3.25x pre?
Note similar depth for these guys.
Yeah, London. I used to live in
A similar kit.
Australia, actually.
Ace high.
One of my big regrets was never like getting over to New Zealand. Taking advantage of being next door. But
Better of the two holdings.
yeah, I lived in Sydney for a while. Yeah, no, it's a cool place. I mean, best place I've ever lived, to be honest. But, yeah. I like Melbourne and Sydney are quite different, aren't they? Melbourne's like just like nature-wise, because all places are like not too much population.
Rudolph.
Clean, whatever. Yeah.
Not going to get shy here.
Yeah, exactly.
275.
North London, basically. David, where do you live?
What were you saying about the bubonic plague
You just came
yesterday?
over to the festival?
Yeah, well,
Oh, yeah. Did you play any of the
you're the one that allegedly spotted a mouse on set yesterday. Perhaps that mouse left me with a gift that might keep on giving.
I played 3 events and
It was just throat clearance. And on the topic of throat clearance, Schweck looking to clear this C-bet with a check raised to 775. How about it?
Yeah. I only came back Sunday.
Jack of diamonds in hand. The Jack 10 wrapped around those 2 9s. 10 of clubs as well. It's a nice hand to do it with. There's going to be so many turn cards that we pick equity up on. Any 7, 8, queen, king, club.
Look at this.
Rudolph's
The ace high has made the call here, showing no respect for the idea that Schweck would have 9x and play it in this manner. And now look at this turn. The better of the 2 flush draws belonging to Schweck. But Rudolph picks up clubs of his own and the wheel gutty.
Yeah, flush complete in turn card. 10 of clubs in hand. I wouldn't hate a smallish sizing here from Schweck. Something like 800k. Really leveraging his entire stack, setting up a natural river jam. Sending the message to Rudolph that, hey, look, there's a high chance we're going to play for it all on the river.
Keep an eye on the SPR here with 2.5 million in the middle. They play 3.7 effective with Rudolph the covering stack. Pre-flop aggressor. Position, but the betting lead taken away courtesy of a check raise on the flop from Tobias Schweck, which is followed up upon with a turn barrel of 700,000, Henry. These two are going at each other.
Yeah, Schweck keeps leaving me hanging. Just shortchanging me once again, but similar territory, 700k. And given the way Tobias has played as well, it's been so solid, so disciplined, hasn't got out of line at all.
No.
And Rudolph is just having none of it.
Listen, he's right, Henry. The ace-5 is the best hand right now. I mean, we could very well be drawing dead against bigger clubs, against 9x, and now the ace-high starts to perhaps look as appealing as ever on a double-paired board here, Henry. Schweck without a paddle, Jack high, having breathed all the way up to almost 4 million into this pot. I mean,
such a sick hand. If Schweck bets here, feels like there aren't really many sizes other than all in, and when he does bet, he is representing a 9 or nothing, so he can no longer bet with that 10 of clubs in hand because he doesn't get to bet flush draws, or flushes rather, as often as he normally would.
He gives up, at least we think. And I don't imagine that Rudolph would bet this, but maybe he feels the need to do so in order to clear clubs. Is that a thing? To turn this ace high into a bluff?
Well, it looks like he is reaching, bluffing with the best hand.
Listen, if I told you to map out the remainder of this pot after the limp call from Schwecht, this sequence of events as we see Schwecht folding, I think ranks just about dead last in terms of the ones that you would have foreseen.
That might be designed to get other ace highs to fold if he gives Schwecht credit for like check raising with like ace X, ace of clubs, that then picks up equity on the turn and barrels. So just trying to get Tobias off of a chop. I don't think he's ever trying to get him to fold a pair or a flush there.
You think that those hands are 100% to call?
Pairs and flushes. I think flushes are, yeah. And I think pairs don't play that way, so we can kind of eliminate them. I guess you can have some hands like sevens, sixes, but again, feels a bit unlikely.
Dirty diaper for Jan. Then the Doyle for Ward. A nameless assembly of cards for Schwecht. Boy, that leaves Tobias with 3 million. I can't wait till those boys get a peek back at the stream on delay to see exactly what was afoot.
Really have enjoyed watching him play. The King 10 hand specifically. Schwecht, by the way, rocking the Triton band, really just flexing on everyone in this 3K. It's kind of like a hidden message behind that.
Much, yeah, make the most of it in the UK.
Is it not just security access?
You
could have transferred it over to the GG security access pass.
You have to go. Oh, you're going to Croatia. Just holiday. 10 minutes. Oh, sweet.
Ace high in front of king high.
Yeah.
After the sheath defend.
Really nice, isn't it? On the water. I love the sea there. You just feel like super far out.
What is going on, man?
Sheath check calls $250,000 with king high on the queen 9-5 board. Now the ace delivered to Schwecht on this turn.
I mean, I'm seeing the same backdoors that he does. Yeah, any 6, 8, jack 10, but it just feels incredibly ambitious. And yes, king high could be the best hand. But even if it is, you're likely up against a gut shot, an open-ender of some sort. That is going to make it incredibly tough for king high to get to showdown, and I think just saving 250k, perhaps even just folding pre-flop. Why hasn't king high hit the muck yet? Oh man, this guy's making me sweat.
So Schwecht's turn bet does convince Sheath properly that he was beat. A couple of pots there, Henry, that maybe are outliers to what we would have anticipated here with the aforementioned massive ladders and the desire to punch a ticket into the FT.
Mr. Toby Lewis in a spot by the looks of things. Chips in the middle.
What do we have?
So we've got Queen, Ace, Jack board. Queen of clubs, Ace of spades, Jack of hearts. And Plusev with a C-bet.
Note, Mishikowski was relocated to this outer table to fill the void left behind by Hannibal as we play 5 and 5 on the stone bubble of the final table. £25,500 payout for 10th. seeks a home. Tobias Schwecht. Cut off King 10. It all makes sense.
240, right? 240. It's 20 shot, man.
Oh.
Rudolph's now playing 60 big blinds. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We've already seen what he could do with 30, 40 bigs. Now he's got a very comfortable 60 bigs. It might just be him obliterating the final table if he picks up like a run of cards. As Jan has the option available. So it's 18 bigs. All of it.
Making quick work of the King 10 is Jan.
It's folded.
Courtesy of that 3-bet. Committing a good chunk of his roughly 2.4. Up to 2.8 now for David. Proper start to the afternoon for him.
Yeah, not to state the obvious, but has done precisely what was needed of him. Playing around 20 bigs, bit of breathing room with the hour-long clock. Found that early double. 3-bet through. This one's going to be a tough pill to swallow for one of these remaining 10 players. Final table bubble of a field of this size.
Ace, Queen. The opening kit for Schwecht on this occasion is once again David Jan has playable holding awaiting him. King Jack offsuit on this occasion. Worthy of note, by the way, that Jan already has an international circuit ring to his name from the 2016-2017 season, where he picked up 124,000 euros in Berlin, Germany.
That is such a disciplined fold, dude. 5-handed, that is insane. How are these guys so good? Just the one ring?
Just the one ring for circuit, yeah. So then, just the big blind to navigate against as Schwecht rips 3 queens on this flop.
Continue small and wide on the paired board, as one would. Early position open.
Obviously, we cannot fight on with the 4 high, as Tobias looking to work his way back up to the stack he had prior to the entanglement with Rudolph.
Entanglement's the word we're going for, eh?
Seems like I'm underselling it, isn't it?
No, it just reminds me of that very incredibly awkward exchange between Will Smith and his wife.
Ah, yes. I remember the one. I didn't know she was married when we got entangled.
Oh, man. Wow.
Blinds up to 80 and 160,000.
So painful, bro.
Oh, really, truly. I don't even want to think about it.
Perhaps we should go to Brazil.
Well, I would say that you're less likely to end up incarcerated or in a custody suit than I am if we go there. But I do believe that at one point on stream I did inquire as to what the child support laws were in Brazil before booking tickets.
Easy now. I've enjoyed my career up until now, Ali.
Think about how much more enjoyable it'll be once I get canceled, Henry. Ace 10 on the button as we refocus upon the matter at hand. And for David Yan, that is an effort to loosen the collar, get up to one of these deeper stack depths that will allow for more playability. Oh, no.
Oh, no, indeed. And it was a sizable jump, by the way, from 60K, 120K to 80, 160. A 33% increase on the big blind. And all those efforts for Yan to get above 20 is now dropped below 20 bigs.
All in.
We're going to be spinning the wheel for 6 figures in equity.
Sure looks like that, doesn't it? You know, he grabbed the chips as though he always knew what he wanted to do, Henry, and then suddenly reached for the time banks instead.
Oh, that's fine.
Now, obviously, here on the final table bubble, I would imagine there is some hand-for-hand taking place. No?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to call with a deuce. Exactly.
So then a lot of this for Yan is also attached to the idea that maybe he knows he's going to call, but yet he'd rather wait and maybe somebody busts on the outer?
Perhaps, but I don't think we're ever folding. I mean, Yan's the type of guy that's always going to go for the win, and putting in over half of his stack, leaving himself with 1.2 back. I just don't see a world in which he folds here, even if there is an all-in entanglement on the other table. Just the 4.5K ladder. I mean, there is a lot of value into getting 9-handed, where that big blind and big blind ante comes around obviously a lot slower, not to state the obvious, compared to 5-handed. And if he never gives Schwecht credit for, like, Queen Jack, King Queen, Ace 5, I don't know, man. If he just always puts Schwecht on a big ace.
Can you really do that, though? I mean, this is the man that, unbeknownst to David, took Jack 10 and rode it hard.
Yeah, it's a completely different setup, though. That was blind v blind, 45 bigs effective. On a board texture as well, where Jack 10 wants to do a lot of check raising. This was a relatively quick look down at his 2 cards and then coming over the top.
And I think now I'm beginning to get the sense that this is
time banks.
Yeah, much more an effort to just rip through all of those time banks. Oh. Maybe not all of them, but enough of them to see whether or not something would brew at the outer. Nothing did, and eventually the call does come in, and we play for 5.7 million.
One of the biggest live spots of Schwecht's live poker career. Had so many deep runs during Triton.
Not a small one for David Yan, dominated. And a 10-less flop is not a good one for him. 3 outs being sought. Now, let's call it a few more. No, we're just switching the tens for the jacks. Forgive me, as the ace jack now makes Broadway. If a 10 shows up, is a jack there? No. And so it will be with the departure of David Jan in 10th place that our final table is set here in London, Henry.
Yeah, that was grim. Chop outs on the turn as well. Just grinded the short stack incredibly well, especially given that from the final 3 tables he was short the entire time. Bravo, Jan. Showing that he can get it done in these fields as well as the super high rollers.
Good point. And also that he's willing to dig in and give all of the same fight that he would be dedicating toward a 200K buy-in here in a 3,300-pound buy-in. But our tables will be merging as you get a look at 4 of the lucky ones that will be at the final table here on day 4 of this International Super Circuit World Series of Poker event, brought to you by Luxon Pay and GG Poker. We are going to step aside and in just about 5 minutes' time bring you coverage of the final table as we play down to a champion today. Stay close.
Would suggest value. What did you say? 120 into 375. Yeah, so around 1/3 pot. I don't think you ever get better to fold. But it's like, okay, well, what do you get value from?
Now, to be fair, Sheth is looking up at this line taken by Rudolph. 3 checks and then the raise, and asking himself, well, what have you got?
Yeah, I mean, the Queen of Hearts is a terrible card to have here. Although you could argue that it's nice that you're unblocking the bluffs. But yeah, very peculiar choice to kind of stab that.
Did cash 4 times at the most recent World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. Biggest of those payouts was his last, finishing 29th in a $2,500 no-limit hold'em for $20,000 and change.
Yeah, everyone's had the chance to review some of the hand histories from last night.
Which is not to say that they've taken that opportunity. One would presume, given the value of doing so.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many pre-flop spots and post-flop spots that you just wouldn't be able to sleep without knowing the answer to. So it wouldn't surprise me if these guys have reviewed a ton of hands, and I'm very curious to see how the dynamic kind of plays out. Now knowing some of the info that they were unaware of late last night. It's like, oh, okay, maybe I don't 3-bet that guy lightly.
Now, somehow, a king works its way to the turn here, despite both players holding one. And note that Rudolph has the better of the kickers. Did open limp from the cutoff with this king-8 suited. Worthy of note.
Rudolph
they both check the turn, Henry. And now the 10 leaves this pot chopped. Should we get to showdown, which it certainly feels as though we would.
Yeah, I think mixing in a hand like King-8 in your check-back range on the turn is really nice. Just protects you. You're allowed to have some top pairs as well as some ace-highs and broadways. And also, Jan's certainly going to have more 6x from the big, so just because we turn top pair doesn't mean we want to start barreling. Could really get put in the blender. Someone as capable as Jan. They're just going to chop this one up, obviously. Does come with a pot-sized river bet. It's going to say probe, but it was a limped pot.
We have seen more out of Christian Rudolph than, dare I say, anybody else.
Down to the final 11. Everyone currently guaranteed 25,500 for their efforts. Of course, playing for £480,000 that will be going to the eventual champion.
Ace on the button now for Schwecht. Sitting on 3.7 million. Let's call it 30 bigs.
Raise 280k.
Takes it up to 280. We speculated yesterday, Henry, as to whether or not there's some context, familiarity that was manifesting itself between Rudolph and Schwecht in a couple of spots, given that they're both playing under that German banner, maybe have collided on prior occasions.
$160,000. The button has been drawn in seat number 6. KT will start with that button. Antonio, our tournament director, has brought up our WSOP ring. We will be presenting that to the winner this evening, as well as a cool £480,000. Best of luck to all of you. Dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Well, you heard it. It's time to get cards in the air here at the final table, which was just set moments ago at this World Series of Poker International Super Circuit London event. A 4th day of the grind. And that is how things take shape as Thailand's Kanapong Thanaratrakul, KT as we refer to him, with 14 million and almost 2-1 chip lead going into this FT over Moldova's Pavel Plusev. Rudolph, Sheath, Schwecht, Ward, Caroline Pope, Mishikowski, and Toby Lewis in that order, as a fairly diverse field here on British soil. 3 players under the Union Jack.
Diverse indeed, and also an interesting stack distribution around the table. Surprisingly shallow. I mean, 3 sub-20 big blind stacks, I think, will ultimately lead to all of these middling stacks playing a bit tighter whenever KT's involved. What a fun final table we have ahead of ourselves to wrap up this series here. 480,000 for first, 30,000 guaranteed, and when you talk of talent, both online and live, this is a pretty sick final table.
Some adjustments do need to be made at this point. Obviously, the bulk of the coverage that we've had across the last few frames has been shorthanded at 2 separate tables. 6 and 6, 5 and 6, 5 and 5. Now here we are playing 9-handed. Full ring. Bit of a different affair.
Yeah, it really is. It just means that these shorter stacks aren't forced to get involved like they perhaps normally would. They're not under as much pressure given the hour-long clock. The blinds have only just gone up. That big blind and big blind ante coming around once every 9 hands. So time to, wait. Bob and weave, duck and dive. Really pick your spots wisely. And Toby Lewis coming in 9th, 17 bigs. Pavel Plusev, I mean, talk of, variance and just how a single card in the deck can really bring a turn of fate, as it was Ludwig Hahn out in 11th after having Plusev with 1 foot out the door with 1 card to come. Plusev coming into this FT second in chips is pretty brutal.
And here is the chip leader on the strength of ace-deuce suited in the cutoff. Shooting it up. Slightly north of the minimum, with the blinds at 80 and 160,000. The on-tap payout for ninth, 30,000 pounds. That's a 4,500 pound jump from 10th. Current ladder is 6,000 pounds between 9th and 8th. And of course, 4 six-figure payouts. The lion's share, 480,000 pounds, will go to the champ.
Yeah, KT looking to get 100% refund on his Jacob & Co. timepiece.
You see it there?
By closing it. I think so. I could be wrong. But we
Well,
know
that looks like a roulette wheel to me.
He does have the Astronomia casino piece. I believe retails at 800,000 US.
Is that true?
I think so.
I thought he picked it up for 400. Maybe there's some wicked negotiating skills.
Maybe.
KT.
He said, I'll pay full price if it comes black, half price if it comes red. And the guys were like, okay, well, we're guaranteed to, you know, at least get a sale. We might as well spin the wheel for this guy.
The delight on my face at just the hypothetical thought of that having been a path to purchase for KT. And that's it. That's the one. Think about it. No more need for credit card roulette. Everybody just picks a third, and then we spin the wheel on my watch, you know? But what do we do if there's 4 guys and just gets a little weird? And just maybe black odds, black evens.
Pick
Pardon
neighbors.
me, red odds, red evens.
Yeah, pick neighbors. Red odds, red evens. I like it.
Rudolph likes a 7 on the button. He takes it up to 380. Still no post-flop collisions as yet here. With Toby Lewis, the short stack, 17 bigs. Mishikowski right there with him, as is Katalin Pope, I want to say, as opposed to Pop. And this is a brilliant little setup, Henry. As you look at the stack distribution, you have KT 2-1 chip lead over Plusev. Then Plusev & Co., meaning he, Rudolph, Sheath, and Schwecht coming in all at between 44 and 42 bigs. A little island for Philip Ward at 28 bigs. And then the sub-20 big stacks of Pope, Mishikowski, and Lewis. We can really get after things in terms of ICM here as KT, correct?
We can, but we also need to keep in mind how top-heavy this tournament is. It's pretty flat payouts up to like 6th and 5th. So yes, on the one hand, we can lean into these middling stacks, but these shorter stacks and the players that have said short stacks aren't here to just ladder a few spots. They're here to try and take this down, and don't think they're going to be easy to push around.
But aren't we able still to leverage the pressure of the top heaviness, not in terms, obviously, of the immediate jump, but the stack preservation and the desire to leapfrog further forward than the immediate jump?
Yeah, but the stack preservation now isn't going to be a stack worth having 6-handed, 5-handed is what I'm trying to suggest. Like, you're going to need to have more. Getting corrected on the pronunciation of this man's surname. The official language in Moldova is Moldovan, although in linguistic reality, the language is the same as Romanian with some very familiar similarities to Russian as well. I believe Russian's widely spoken and understood there. Ali and I, not from that part of the world, and it is within our contracts to butcher at least 40% of surnames, so we do apologize. Being told it's Pleshev.
All right.
I don't see the SH in that surname, but
I do see, however, the screen name in the YouTube chat, which very much legitimizes the input coming in.
Yeah.
What would appear to be
Dmitry
Russian. You can read that.
Bernusevich. Yeah, I can read that.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that. The official language is Moldovan, but it's the same as standard Romanian language. Kind of like some of these rebranding deals. You just take something, repackage it, and give it a different name. But the product inside the packaging is the same.
Look at this. Ward just cedes not to abandon the thought that you were coming with. As you know, I love the tangents, but I think worthy of note is the muck with that ace-jack.
Yeah, King 10 suited also hitting the muck.
That was for Rudolph before Ward.
That is correct. Chef got a flat on the button.
You not surprised by those
The ace-jack?
laydowns?
No, I'm not. I'm more surprised at this. I mean, this...
The 3-bet from Chef?
Against +1. I don't know, but it's worked. Power poker.
High variance poker.
Incredibly,
Danger poker.
Yeah, incredibly high variance.
But not unlike the occasions on which, Henry, you and I observe the procedures of obviously a far more recreational figure in Jean-Noël Torel, JNT. The spirit, what I'm getting at with respect to Sheath is you arrived at this final table playing a certain brand of poker. It is difficult to now think that we need to divorce ourselves from what has worked to this point. Now, granted, could be some confirmation bias and maybe mistakes have been made. I'm not alleging that that's the case. But it is tough to try suddenly to ask for somebody to orphan what's worked to this point.
I agree. And I know exactly where you're coming from, but the issue is 40 big blinds steep against these players, you're going to get picked to pieces. And if you're increasing the pre-flop variance, you're asking for trouble because these guys aren't going to be making as many mistakes post-flop. And
well, Toby Lewis certainly would be no mistake for him, Henry, to do what we would imagine needs doing off of the shortest stack, 2.3 million, ace-king suited, facing a Rudolph open to 380.
yeah, only one option here for Lewis. I mean, I guess you could get really creative against Rudolph and 3-bet to like 4.5 bigs. Click it, but
All in. Plays all in.
Just comes with the jam. Mishkowski out of the way. Would imagine that Rudolph will be as well in short order.
absolute stud.
Well, Lewis
Hasn't aged in 15 years. Yeah, go on.
He might look familiar to many of you who like soaking up World Series of Poker coverage, courtesy of that incredibly memorable hand that he played against Zampan at this year's main event. Deep. Made himself a nut flush when the board paired on the river and ended up folding to 8 high. And there were clips circulating on social media, as I happened to be in the booth for that pot, of
Who was it against,
other
sorry?
events that were going on. Zampan.
Okay.
Don't recall the gentleman's first name, but other rooms at Bally's and Paris where play was paused, breaks, redraws, I'm not sure what was going
Cash
on, and they were
games, yeah.
all watching the stream, and it was a many minutes that this hand took place across, and they were very invested, and then in that dramatic moment where Lewis laid down the winner with the nut flush on that paired board, you heard a massive groan and, you know, various different opinions on whether or not he should have or shouldn't have, and it was very epic as Zampan then did furnish the 8 high in his face, run over to the rail, and say he's a beast, I believe.
Yeah, that was a great poker moment from the summit. Especially when that many people were watching as well whilst playing, you know, cash games, tournament satellites. I think Toby was in the tank for like 6-7 minutes.
It really was epic.
Pleshev. Potential 3-bet spot. Don't think we want to do much flatting with ITM. See how he proceeds with this one. Looks like a really small 3-bet. Oh, they've brought new chips in play, so hang on. So those white chips worth 500k? That would make sense. The blues are worth 100. The greens are worth 25 and the browns are worth 5. Okay. So they brought some 500k chips into play.
And the ace-jack worth 975. Perhaps the more relevant of the facts, although the breakdown of chip denominations useful.
And this is what we can anticipate to see for the foreseeable future. We shouldn't, in theory, be seeing many multi-way pots. We shouldn't be seeing many flops unless it's like MP or button v big blind, small blind v big blind kind of setups where the big blind defends. Because you're really not incentivized to flat with a lot of your holdings due to the ICM pressure. So I think this is what we can expect for the time being, unless of course there is just, you know, pre-flop cooler v pre-flop cooler. But yeah, going back to that hand that Lewis folded, he's been involved in some really fun hands over the years. I mean, there are hands that Lewis played from before I even played poker. And I used to watch like the YouTube highlights from other events. It's called Mr. Main Event for a reason. Just seems to run so deep in a lot of these huge runner fields.
Ace-9 on the button now for Mishikowski. He's just going to jam his 2.3.
Was it 15 bigs? Good luck to you, sir.
Gets it through. So we've been talking a bit about the nation of Moldova, Henry, the one from which Pleshev hails, and you did mention a fact that Romanian, slight variant, is the language that is spoken there. I've got some other facts for you.
Go on.
Moldova is the world's largest exporter of a specific type of nut. What nut do you suppose that is?
D's?
Incorrect.
All
Don't
right.
say Brazil either, because that would just be silly.
So if it's not D's, then I'm going to go walnut.
That is correct, Mr.
Yeah.
Kilbane. Walnuts,
Okay.
the largest nut export worldwide,
Second guess. I got
coming
there.
from Moldova. D's was a decent first guess for comedic effort, but now your first real guess comes in. As we see, Phil Ward, no guesswork required. Up front, 325 with confidence. Pleshev out of there. Ace-2 suited for Toby Lewis, also out of there, as we're starting to see some of the impact of the final table dynamics, stack distributions, and there will be none of that weighing upon Schwecht here on the button. Two black kings.
This is a pretty out of line open from Ward and getting punished immediately. I understand the kind of idea that, you know, everyone's won a hand, I want to get one under my belt at this FT. But ace-5 off is incredibly ambitious. Don't do it. I think that's more of a...
Toby, did you fold the black ace that hand?
This hand? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. I'll keep it down.
No, you just made my life a lot easier.
Oh.
But I should let you know.
Thanks.
Like,
sorry.
Oh, interesting there. An admission from Ward that apparently he saw a black ace being folded by Toby Lewis, making his decision a bit easier. Not that he necessarily was going to continue against the 3-bet from Schwecht, but sporting
the Open should get through once the seniors folded that.
and honest. Ward there. And a little bit better ace. Under the gun this time.
It would be another raise fold if there was resistance behind the stack depth. Well, it's going to fold all the way round to the big blind. Perhaps a bit of a rebate for Ward.
Rudolph, big blind. Ace-8, covering stack. He'll defend. In a bad way, of course. 890,000 in the middle and an 8 on the board, as this is not favorable texture for a diamond-free ace-queen. Second pair, ace kicker for Rudolph. Note this kind of awareness that he's going to be able to lead, and even against hands that have him beat, this particular texture is such that shy of pocket nines, we don't necessarily anticipate anybody would be willing to inflate the pot beyond the 230.
No, I think even nines against an under the gun open.
Oh, how about ace-queen? Just wagging a finger at Rudolph, saying, if you really had that good a hand, would you come out swinging? And I think that and that alone is what we can attribute the raise to, Henry.
Yeah, it looked like Ward looked up at the tournament clock, perhaps deciding to randomize how aggressively he'd want to play this hand, because with hands like kings and aces at this stack depth, I think he would want to deny some equity. And wow, I mean, Rudolph, again, just putting in chips when he's ahead. 2.7 in the middle, and all of a sudden, SPR less than 1.
And also all of a sudden, further outs for the ace-queen as we add 10s alongside said queen. Pot up to 2.7 million awkwardly, courtesy of this line from Ward, choosing to put the raise in. And now what do we do?
I have mine here, but I think it's for you. Okay.
PLO Cash Game Pro.
I assumed as much.
I know how he feels. Let's just rifle this in. Have equity.
Oh, yeah.
Bravo.
Jams. And gets through Rudolph. I think that was the necessary line to really dissolve the adhesion that Rudolph has already displayed on more than one occasion here, Henry.
Yeah, that was pretty sick from Ward.
How about it?
Rudolph probably not expecting to get much pushback on that board, and Ward's just like, look, I would be stacking off with aces and kings and even queens. If you've got that beat, then so be it. Massive pickup for Philip Ward.
Statement being made there. It's a man who's going to be willing to risk his life here at the FT in a bid to keep his head above water in these relentlessly escalating blinds. Not necessarily in terms of level length. We know we get 60 minutes at each, but now the jump's so big.
Oh, Mishakowski coming with the 9-8 suited from the low jack. David's one to watch. I mean, we've already seen the 5-bet jam with ace-7. He can do a lot of damage with 45, 50 bigs.
That 5-bet jam was up against Sheath yesterday.
That was sick.
At the feature.
We going with Pope or Pop?
I've been saying Pope. Perhaps our Moldovan advisors in the YouTube chat can step in to clarify, as we're not going to need any further clarification from Pope. We know that it's 2.4 if you do.
The Moldovans
8-9
stepping in because the official language is similar to Romanian, and Pop is Romanian.
Yeah.
Yeah, thought so.
Table's big.
Well, since we're on it, Henry, perhaps I go back to my fact page on Moldova.
Well, bring us some others. We've got Thailand, Germany, UK, America, Romania.
Yeah, but we
and
know
Moldova.
things about those countries.
That's
Henry.
true.
We don't know things.
Just 1 second. Fredo saying commentators Phil Ward's name is pronounced goat. Okay. We'll allow it for now after that ace-queen hand. But please do continue with Moldova. I feel like the Moldovans have been scammed massively. Like, I'm looking at Google Maps.
Well,
and
careful when we use the term scam
they've been scammed.
and Moldova in the same sentence.
Well, they've been scammed because I'm seeing a lot of coastline along the Black Sea, and none of it belongs to them.
Who does it belong to then?
It belongs to Ukraine by the looks of things.
Right. So then how were they scammed?
Well, because, you know, this part here, just like, we could have just given it to the Moldovans. It feels like that was theirs and it was taken away. I don't know. Perhaps I'm poking.
Allegations that Ukraine maybe has a blemished resume in which they've been taking territory from others? Henry, is that what we're dealing with?
Listen, I'm originally from the UK. My mum's Italian, my dad's American. Historically, my bloodline are just as guilty of said things. But look,
Yeah, you guys were some wicked flag planters across a wide swath of time.
For a long time, I mean. First the Italians, then the British Empire, then the Americans. I mean, I've got the trifecta of nations. But look, there's a bit of Black Sea real estate there that I feel like the Moldovans would appreciate. Just saying.
Well, I'm not sure the strength of the Moldovan military, whether or not they are going to launch into a reclamation effort for said real estate. But as they were.
As they were. Some edgy commentary today, Ali. What did you have for breakfast?
Well, I'm not the one in here talking about how they've been scammed out of coastline, Henry. Do you have specific information, or this is just, you know, maybe they drew their border bad? Who knows? Nothing bad about the ace-jack on the button, though, of course, from Ward, who bullied Rudolph out of a pot moments ago, something very few have been able to do successfully.
1 million.
Wow, Pleshev thinking about it. And rightly so. Just picking up on the fact that some of Chef's 3-bets over the last couple of days. Wow, bravo to Ward for finding the 4-bet jam. It's not easy when you're in the middle of the pack to come back over the top with the ICM and the pay jumps. Well executed 4-bet. And Chef seems to be forcing the action a little bit. Just dropped down a couple of spots.
Listen, true to form, Henry, it's that brand of poker that punched his ticket into this FT, and even though it seemed yesterday on day 3 that maybe that action was being forced, he did manage to be a top 2 stack coming into today's play. As you get a look at the chip counts brought to you by Luxon Pay and GG Poker, Mishikowski now down at the bottom with 15 bigs, as Pope and Lewis run 7 and 8 just in front of him. Then the middling cluster, all bookending between KT and the short side.
I'm super excited to see what Pleshev can do. Number 1 on Moldova's all-time mine list by a considerable margin, closing in on the 8 million in live earnings mark. Seems to be one of those guys as well that just runs deep consistently in these large field 3K, 5K, and 10K buy-ins. Such a talented player. I mean, there's so much talent at this feature table, this final table.
And there have been some real dynamite exchanges, man. I mean, nobody is just a pushover from what we've observed. Plenty of fight, as we see. Pleshev. Ace-10, small blind. It's tempting, but he resists, and well served to do so in that spot. Obviously, tussling with the chip leader, not really what we want to be doing.
Lewis, one of the shorter stacks, but no, not even interested in defending against the min KT, the overwhelming chip leader, closing in on the 100 big blind mark. Thai superstar, really kind of making a name for himself in the last, what, 12 months or so.
Certainly outside the borders of Thailand. Perhaps the name had been forged prior to then domestically with some more awareness. But Thailand very much, as you know, Henry, calling it home for the better part of the last year or so, I think it is, over in Phuket. A market that is largely untapped, not yet legal, is poker there, but plenty of enthusiasm.
Yeah, a lot of enthusiasm, and every time you see KT or Punat Punsri, or any Thai player for that matter, making a big final table, the Thai poker community really do show up in support. And KT at the front of a big movement, you know, trying to get poker legalized in Thailand. They're making a lot of moves behind closed doors, filming a lot of content. And I think the results that they've been getting on the felt is certainly kind of getting the right eyeballs and attention on poker. Wouldn't surprise me if in the coming years there are some major shifts.
Yeah, they are very much global ambassadors to
They really are.
poker in Thailand, and carry and conduct themselves quite gracefully and professionally.
Yeah, I mean, just part of Asian culture. Always humble, whether they're winning or losing.
Pope taking it down there. Did we get clarification, by the way, on the pronunciation for POP? Is it Pop or Pope?
I still haven't seen anything from the viewers. If there are any Romanian speakers in the chat, do let us know.
Maybe we just text Daniel.
We could.
Feels like that's the one Romanian that I know that could be relied upon.
I know a lot of Romanians. Used to play poker with a lot of Romanians back in the day.
Was this when you lived in Bulgaria?
In Reading.
Oh,
yeah.
Here in the UK.
Yeah, in the UK, they love
expat community.
Love poker, love the cash games. There's some very fearsome competitors from Romania. Catlin making a name for himself here. They're saying it's Pop, not Pope.
Yeah, but until the screen name is in a foreign language, I feel like I'm a little bit apprehensive about trusting that input as Pleshuv. Red fives. Trusting that 325,000 will help to whittle the field. 1-5 is busy. Okay. Officially, we're going to go with Pop. Take it down, Mr. Pleshuv. Now, I did want to, because I found it interesting, continue with sort of the facts about the nation of Moldova. Did you know, Henry, that it is the least visited country in Europe?
Beautiful country, by the way.
You've been?
Yeah.
Oh, so you must be one of the only 11,000 tourists to visit each year.
Beautiful country. It takes about, I want to say, 6 hours drive from Varna, Bulgaria, which is the east coast of Bulgaria on the Black Sea. Drive up through a small part of Romania. The forest there, just beautiful. I mean, have you been to the Balkans before?
No.
If you're ever looking for a place in Europe to kind of just disconnect and recharge the batteries,
I thought you were going to
recommend.
say for a place to set up a timber operation, as it seems that those forests are largely untapped.
Yeah, and export some walnuts.
Yeah. Now,
That
another
could be,
fact
that
as
could
we
be
see
a career
Lewis
change
with
for you.
the Ace-4. I don't know if I'm into wearing the flannels, donning a chainsaw, working out of a mobile office, so to speak. Lewis, very much in his office. Ace-4 suited, cut off, up we go. 320,000. Was going to say that, well, hang on. Ace-Jack suited, small blind, Schwecht, covering stack. Might he place an order for more than 320?
Depends. KT is behind in the big, but 3-betting to stack off against Lewis makes a ton of sense. And then 3-bet folding should KT come over the top. Kind of getting clicked. Doesn't have to go big. Just a 2.5x. 2.3x. Lewis is thinking about it. Has all the options on the table with the ace-4, can flat in position, see a flop. If he believes he has fold equity and Schwecht is just trying to lean into him, could come over the top. Got to see 1.8 million in the middle. Oh, that diamond. Bit of a tease.
Yeah, dug in, did Lewis, dominated, and perhaps this is a merciful development in terms of board texture that doesn't necessarily call upon him to proceed further. It will depend, of course, on the manner in which Schwecht, unimproved as well, chooses to approach this dry board.
350.
Lewis going nowhere. A lot of people calling for a fold pre-flop, but Lewis sticking around. And that is just a disastrous turn card for Toby. As surely Schwecht has found a path to victory here.
Nut flush draw, Broadway gutty. That's what's been delivered to Schwecht after the 350K. Bet on the flop. Comes with 800.
Yeah, Toby's spidey senses were in the right place on the flop, but that Queen of Hearts turn card just giving Schwecht enough to find the double barrel. Cruising along up to second in chips now.
Well, that is costly for Lewis. Henry is pre-flop and post-flop investments had to be abandoned. Schwecht the beneficiary.
Do let us know, as always, who you're rooting for in this one. Whereabouts in the world you're watching from. A lot of Thai fans in the chat, a lot of UK fans. See on home soil. I'd love to see Pleshev against Rudolph heads up. I feel like that would be a really fun battle.
I feel like that would be a very improbable battle as it stands, just given how deep KT is, but one never knows. You end up on the wrong side of a cooler.
Yeah, he has almost 2x what second in chips has.
KT quietly operating out there. Doesn't draw a lot of attention to himself. And as this big chip leader, Henry, I suspected that maybe, just maybe, he would be testing the waters at least to see whether or not the opportunity would be given to him to just chip up. You know, maybe nobody wants to tangle.
I mean, you can want to not tangle for the time being, but sooner or later the blinds are going to catch up with you, and you need to put yourself in a spot to actually win the tournament and not just ladder. Although there are going to be people who are less experienced, who have qualified online through a satellite and are more than happy to just ladder a few spots. But this lineup of players has a lot of talent. A lot of these guys are going to go for the win, especially that man.
Yeah. Christian Rudolph defending with the ace-5 up against the queen-jack suited. No. Forgive me, I thought that we had already seen the defense just puts it into the bin. And that, I assume, given what we've observed from Rudolph thus far, is the product of recognizing it as KT attached to the open.
Well, there's that. But also, I just don't think ace-5-0 performs that well as
Even
a
against
defend.
a button open?
Yeah, like I said earlier on nine-handed, we don't want to be flat calling that much, especially out of position and especially against stacks that cover us. ICM pressure is at its heaviest right now. Well, not actually, that's not true. It will get tighter as we drop from 9 to 8, 8 to 7.
Very carefully count this one. And some fine math skills on display this tournament.
What was that about math skills?
I don't know, but fine math skills on display in this tournament was the muttering.
Got some updates from the Super Circuit High Roller.
That's the 5,000-pound buy-in also taking place parallel to day 3 of this one and also resuming today. What have you for us?
We've got Ludovic Gaelic currently in first. Harry Lodge out there as well. Alex Peffley, who we've seen. Henrik Hecklund, Felipe Ketzer. Adam Miller, Pablo Brito Silva's in the mix, as well as Espen Jorstad.
Some Triton names?
Yeah, they're all in the money. 14 players left. Playing for 135,000.
Rudolph allowed to limp the 10-3 suited as Ward checks back the queen-6 suited.
Been there a while.
9-6-5. Second pair for Ward. Far and away the best of what's around.
This FT hasn't gone too well for Rudolph so far. Came in with just shy of 7 million, third in chips. He's dropped down to 4.3.
Yeah, boring.
That ace-8 hand against Ward. The defending the big. Costing him quite a few chips.
Live right by a golf course. Just golf. Golf a lot.
Full-time golfer, part-time poker player. Toby Lewis.
uneventful one thus far. As the overcard to the board rolls off, still no post-flop action. And now trip sixes will leave us feeling considerably cozier about our kit. If reward.
What does Rudolph do here with just 10 high? Doesn't feel like a mandatory spot, but that looks like an overbet. A sizable one at that.
Yeah, and you see just a snap call as Rudolph gets caught trying to perform some robbery. Looks a little bit, I don't know, annoyed. Actually, might even be the most I've seen of him in terms of a reaction to a pot. Henry, it wasn't, you know, normally I wouldn't make a big deal out of it, but for him, it stood out.
Well, I mean, he came in third in chips and he's lost half of his stack.
5K chips at the end of the hand. It's not a break. We're just pausing. We'll take a 15-minute break at the end of level 31.
So things not going well for the German superstar.
We'll color up. Impending. As Pop, with a couple of nines, has found one that suits his interests in the cutoff. Rudolph had what would have been a playable one on the button in Queen 10 suited. Now, Phil Ward, pocket fives in the small. Paused for a moment. Sheath pocket threes. Wants none of it either.
So, coming to the end of the level, or?
Quick pause, I'm being told, just to race off the chips. Only a couple of minutes long. Quick peek here at the chip count stand in just a couple of minutes' time. We will resume after the chips are raced off here in this World Series of Poker International Super Circuit main event final table. Stay close. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy.
It's a dude.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
site, the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way.
A very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House here in London, London Park Lane. is the final table, day 4 of the World Series of Poker Super Circuit main event in collaboration with Luxon Pay and GG Poker. And it is the Thai superstar Kanapong way out in front with 15.5 million. Second in chips, Tobias Schwecht, Pavel Pleshov in third. Philip Ward with a couple of hands going his way just before break, chipping up nicely here. Everyone guaranteed £30,000 for their efforts. And now all eyes on Toby Lewis and David Mishakowski, both sub 10 bigs, as Ali Najad steps aside and Mr. Randy Liu Nanonoko comes in the booth to join me just in time, Randy, because it was getting pretty out of line.
Well, we got 2 queens here for the shortest stack, UTG. 8 blinds really just has 1 play, which is put in most of your stack.
See if anyone wakes up with a hand behind. We've been waiting for the inevitable pre-flop coolers and they just haven't come. As
you're talking about a pre-flop cooler, here we go.
Pop with the ace-king suited, and these are 2 of the shorter stacks in the field. The money's going to be going in and Lewis is going to be flipping for his tournament life. The Romanian, if he can convert here. There we go. Classic race to kick things off in the booth for Mr. Nanonoko. Ace King of Hearts against the 2 black queens with Toby Lewis. 3.6 million. The blinds have gone up to 100K, 200K.
That's a classic. Yeah, classic.
Really is a classic. Wow. As it comes, 8-6 tray, Randy. A couple of hearts on board. Note the equity shift in Pop's favor with just ace high, 2 to come. And that's why. Dead on the turn. Here's Toby Lewis. It's incredibly short stacked on multiple occasions from the final 4 tables all the way down to the FT. Couldn't quite spin the wheel back up after playing that hand against Tobias Schwecht, falling the hands of the Romanian Catalin Pop. Now middle of the pack with a very healthy 30 big blinds or so. There we go. We have our first elimination of the FT. Toby Lewis.
You ask and you receive.
Out for £30,000. Everyone now guaranteed £36,000 for their efforts. So 2 players from the UK, 2 from Germany, 1 from Moldova, 1 from Romania, 1 from the US, and 1 from Thailand. Pretty diverse ending.
Yeah, pretty diverse final table. And, you know, we've had some feature tables earlier, which was pretty much all British players. Kanapong, chip leader. Imagine he's going to stay aggressive, especially with the massive chip lead he's got on the second place. King Jack of Diamonds in the muck. Final tables just play so differently than, you know, final 2, final 3, and so on. It's kind of the part where the short stacks do pass up some spots a little bit more just with the ICM implications. The way tournaments are just structured to pay out, you kind of want to just survive as long as you can while others put themselves at risk.
Always a bit of a tension released with the departure of someone like Toby Lewis. That first ladder of the FT as well, always nice to get that. Now it gets really cagey. I mean, David, the immediate short stack with 10 bigs. Believe he's in the big blind this hand, if I'm not mistaken. Perhaps it's the next. He's in the small, just been through the big. Down to 1.5 million, 7.5 bigs.
And he's in a spot where he likely will want to just ship this in and try to tread water. Just one player to go through. A little bit of breathing room. Picks up a couple blinds.
Who have we got, ladies and gentlemen? 2,600 of you watching over on the World Series of Poker official YouTube channel. Only 156 likes. Would love to get it up to 300 by the end of today's final table. Everyone guaranteed £36,000. We're going to be playing down to a champion. Said champion going to be walking away with £480,000 for their efforts. About 620,000 US. As Chef mixing it up at this FT so far. Been a bit of a rough day for him. Came in with around 9.3 million. Now playing 5.3. And Pleshev just one seat over with the ace-jack.
He's got the chip advantage. Definitely a spot he can easily put in kind of a 3-bet, fold to more action. It would apply maximum pressure on Chef, especially when there's the David Misakowski 10 big blind step. But look at the ace-jack just outright mucking. So for him to muck there must mean that he thinks that Chef's opening range is extra narrow with the presence of the short stack.
That's a pretty ridiculously impressive fold right there from the Moldovan. Just showing how aware he is of the ICM situation. Has so much final table experience under his belt. Got Underdog Fox saying, watching live from Nottingham from the sofa, enjoy. A lot of Thai fans in the chat, of course. James saying, on the production on here is top level, best I've seen in a long time. Like the camera work and graphics. Do appreciate the kind words from James. Also appreciate everyone clicking that like button. Up to 211 now. Playing all the way down to the winner. I think we've got ourselves a long FT ahead of us, given the structure, given the amount of chips in play.
Yeah, there currently is a lot of chips in play, but of course it's one guy who kind of holds the majority of them. If things doesn't go his way, definitely could be lengthy. Then again, we've seen from time to time, the chip leader just run away with it. Just
Yeah.
kind of depends on how willing he's going to kind of just open raise and steal blinds relentlessly.
Yeah, it always kind of boils down to who has the chip lead. You know, who knows how to navigate this spot to perfection. People's understanding of ICM varies, you know, from person to person. Some people think it means that they have to win every pot that they're involved in because they're the chip leader. Others think that they have to play incredibly tight. Too tight. 54 million chips in play. Big blind 200K. It's the average stack at the moment is just shy of 34 bigs. 33.8. Got Nicky Goddard from Reading. Shout out Reading.
Reading is in which country?
It's in the UK.
Okay, because there's one in the USA as well. But I was not thinking you were referring to that one.
I mean, there are a lot of places in the US that have taken names from Europe, and specifically the UK, such as New York.
Is that right?
Pretty much.
Every single city?
Not every single city, but yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. Think of the history behind the country.
You want to do a history lesson now for me?
No, Ali and I already went down that route, and it really didn't work out well for us. So I'm no longer touching any subjects other than poker.
Oh, baby suited connected here on the button, contemplating flatting or 3-betting or even folding, which he does. So the direction that Kanapong is kind of taking here is probably in the line of, well, if people are willing to raise right now, they should have a strong range. Therefore, I'll just stay out of the way when they open. Things can definitely change as more data is made.
No, I mean, I want to play my hand.
I know, I can tell.
Yeah.
Try in the chat saying, is it the same building, the Triton Poker? Is there only one JW Marriott in London?
I mean, if you have a bigger...
It is indeed.
more
Same
than
building.
40, I play. No, yeah, my hand quite low.
And we only play for 8 million.
Yeah. Draw card. I mean, my card like a draw.
Look at the sixes going out up front for Chef. Play is definitely tightened up. Well, someone seems to always be dealt ace-king lately.
Pretty much since you came into the booth.
It's been premiums every other hand. We do see an ace-7 here in the big blind. Very reasonable to put in some resistance, especially against the dealer button open mini raise.
What's Ward thinking? In the big.
Wouldn't surprise me if occasionally he 3-bets this spot. Wow, an outright fold is not what I expected.
3-bet? No 3-bet?
Showed an ace king. Feel good about it.
Embarrassed to see my hand on stream now. Literally embarrassing. In half an hour we'll look and we'll all laugh in my direction. What the fuck are you doing folding that? What do you mean?
Wow, Ward.
It's a decent kicker of that ace, but it was correct.
Never fall. It was worse than that. The most embarrassing. A7 would be an embarrassing pitch there, wouldn't it?
It's a 2020.
in the last one.
We'll see if Pop is willing to open his ace-8 of clubs as play as Titan, which he does.
Pop eliminating Toby Lewis. Trying to get it done for the Romanian poker fans. It's 11,000 in total live earnings. Online qualifier?
Do you know which of these players is an online qualifier? Kanapong, I believe.
KT did, yeah. Catalin Pop also qualifying online, hence just the 11,000 in total live earnings. I mean, you love to see it. Qualifying online and playing for potentially life-changing money. Well, he's already playing for life-changing money. Christian Rudolph also qualified online. This final table, Pavel Pleshev. What's that, like 5 of the 9?
5 of 9?
Yeah.
Schweck gonna open up the King-Jack offsuit. I mean, if everyone's playing snug, should take this down a lot pre-flop. Couple 5s here in position.
A lot of people not happy with the fact that we're not seeing many flops, but it's to be expected. I mean,
what about these 2 9s?
Well, we saw Chef 3-bet 7s earlier on against a +1 open.
And you can see I'm taking the more passive line here because of the existence of the 10 BB stack. It should be interpreted, though, that his small blind flatting range is relatively strong, like these 9s, maybe 10s, King, Queen, Ace, Jack type holdings. Something that doesn't really want to push it in pre-flop.
Well, here's your flop that you've all been asking for. Ace, Ace, Queen. Chef with the advantage, but it's going to be difficult.
If Schweck can find a continuation bet, we'll take it down quite a bit here with the gutter ball. 1 overcard to the queen. If he feels like pocket pairs flatting from the small blind is in the range, as you see, should expect us to get it done. Counting down his stack. You're usually more willing to continue if it's a late position open. +1, a little bit less inclined, but does lay it down.
I want to see flops, Randy. I want to see collisions. I want to see setups, bloodbaths. But this structure and the ICM pressure that they're under.
Things might get shaken up a bit if David either busts or doubles up with his micro stack.
Yeah, until the average stack drops down or a couple of players are eliminated, as David is now in the big. Looks like he's got around 1.6 million back.
Got an ace-jack here for Ward. Short setting the big blind. Sometimes you actually size up a little bit to kind of not give the big blind a good price, and which is what he does here, 2.5x. Pleshev here, Jack 10 suited. Slightly covered.
I already saw Pleshev lay down the ace-jack. Those are raising chips. And this a byproduct, Randy, of the fact that we really don't want to do much flatting out of position with ICM considerations in effect.
The reason also is because when you flat from the small blind, your range is a bit face up. It's easy for the player in position to kind of maneuver and place you on a hand range they can attack. And the big sizing, 1.8, it looks rather committing here. So it might worry Ward that if he wants to play this pot, it could be for all of his chips, and they're pretty level in stack.
Let's see how he wants to play this one. Does feel like a jam or a fold. Lets it go. Power poker.
Yeah, really nicely done there, and that's kind of one of the reasons why you might not want to mention that you folded like a big hand in the big blind to a min raise.
That's a really good point, yeah.
People might think you're playing a little bit snug and take advantage of you. I'm not saying that's why he did 3-bet, but definitely comes into consideration.
Unable to find the 4-bet jam. That's how things stand, and look at the bottom of the chip counts. The immediate short stack is the American David Mishakowski. And perhaps that's by and large why Pleshev went after Ward there. Pleshev covering slightly. And going to be aware that a lot of these middling stacks, these online qualifiers, perhaps going to be playing a bit tighter, having qualified in over on GG Poker. Day 4 of the WSOP Super Circuit main event, brought to you by Luxon Pay and GG Poker. £480,000 for first. I can give you the exact exchange rate. I believe it's around 620,000. 609,311 USD.
450.
Yeah, ICM is killing the action as expected.
Yeah, but if you don't respect ICM, you really are just not playing optimally. And here we got Ace-King versus Ace-King. You're going to get a flop, a turn, and a river. You happy, chat?
Both players with 2 live flush draws.
Pretty much mandatory all-in here for Schwecht, and I can't really see Rudolph laying down even with the 8BB stack that exists. You know, the pay jumps are a little bit smaller when there's more players remaining. But actually what happens is a 3-bet to 1 million rather than 3-bet jam.
Is he trying to... Okay, doesn't matter. Chips go in. Took us a while to get there. We're going to see 5. But the non-all-in 3-bet is certainly something that's got us curious in the booth. Couple of spades, Randy and Schwecht with the 5% free roll.
It's not possible, is it?
1 in 20 times it comes running spades, but not this time. So they're going to chop this one up. So still 8-handed here.
It's been suited possible, I guess. Yeah, that's probably. But it's not the magic combination.
Got Fitness God 161 saying that's Nanonoko on the mic, right? It is indeed Mr. Randy Loot, aka Nanonoko.
Sup?
It's a very enthusiastic sup.
I said Fitness God, not quite my forte.
You not been in the gym?
Does it look like I have, Henry? What do you think?
I don't know, a little treadmill in the morning, get the blood pumping.
How do I say no?
In Spanish?
No. Yeah, how do you?
No.
I don't think that's right.
I'm fairly sure it is.
Is it really? I have no idea. Never mind.
What about Russian? You seen Rounders?
I have.
You know when the young Matt Damon said to Teddy KGB, I can keep playing you all night.
And then?
And then
he says
his bouncers kind of step towards, you know, McDermott as if they're about to beat him up, and then Teddy KGB's like, Niet.
He called him a nit.
He said no in Russian. Leave him.
Well, 2-8
hitting the mark. Dude, what is going on?
And you can see that he's very selective on when to fight Pavel. That is, you know, he saw him 3-bet Jack 10 suited, but he's laying down 2-8s. It's kind of like him attacking specific players, what he thinks certain ranges will open off of. The 25 BB stack has been playing rather snug, hence he thinks that he doesn't really want to commit. But look at KT.
Wow. KT just really leveraging the fact that there's an 8 big blind stack out there on a 9K ladder, and 6s hit the mark. Beautifully executed from the Thai superstars.
That right there
rather.
is just playing the player in the situation. Really took advantage of that tiny stack and has gotten a good sense of how Chef's been playing.
Yeah, some wonderful awareness being displayed.
And he didn't.
By
It didn't matter what cards he had. Queen 4 offsuit, clearly garbage. You know, it's not really blocking anything. It really is Kanapong's time to shine as everyone's playing very tight. Well, we know this guy's not going to fall 2 9s.
7.5 bigs. Shortest stack in the cutoff. See if anyone wakes up with a hand behind. KT is just like, hang on, I could ladder here. Shower this guy, 10-8 suited.
No, I mean, like, this is just... It would be disrespectful for him to call 10-8 suited there.
It would be.
And it's actually advantageous for him to just kind of leave him around rather than gamble with them.
don't think a lot of people seem to understand that there is 160 buy-ins to first. A ton of these guys have qualified online for a fraction of the entry price. And it's an incredibly top-heavy structure with huge pay jumps with every elimination. That's why people are playing tight.
I'll tell you who isn't playing tight is Schweck opening his 10-9 offsuit in the cutoff with the massive chip lead right behind him. You know, he's aware of how snug people are playing, trying to take advantage. Ace-6 of hearts in the small. Oh, you know what? Maybe everyone's kind of realized that players are playing a little snug and might be putting a 3-bet here of Ace-6 of hearts. Oh, he does lay it down, though, but at least he thought about it. I do like that Tobias Schweck is kind of testing the waters, too. If he can get away with raising in this position and not have Kanapong kind of attack him.
Yeah, kind of stepping into the role of table captain if KT is going to allow him to. Story checks out.
And maybe if the second he gets some resistance, he lowers his frequency a bit, but doesn't hurt to try given how many chips he's already got.
And also once David has folded, David sat to Tobias's right. The players behind really aren't incentivized to get entangled with him as bowing out in 8th. Obviously be a disaster. The presence of that short stack.
We'll see how he's going to play this ace-jack. He thought about it last time with the Ace-6 of hearts just last hand. He is covered. Healthy 31 big blind stack. Besides, too weak to just fold outright. But doesn't want to like 3-bet and just have a situation where Pleshev can just 4-bet rip at a high frequency given how tight he should be calling off.
They're like 6 behind?
Yeah.
Heads up.
Yeah, typically lean towards 3-betting with the ace-jack offsuit combo. Flatting even in position against the +1 open.
I agree with that. In general, you do 3-bet the offsuit variety just given how playable the suitedness is. Not a great texture for both players. Pleshev does tend to check this type of board early position with even hands as strong as overpairs. But Pop is going to take a shot at it.
425,000.
Looks like third pot. Does obviously retain hands like 8s, 9s, 10s, maybe even jacks at some frequency. Pressure for the 2 overs, backdoor clubs. Reaching for calling chips as he does. Check call. 50% chance that someone picks up a flush draw on the turn, and that's not it. Board pairing turn card. That feels like a bit of a scare card for Pop now.
Yeah, I would think so. He might feel that if he bets again, he's just kind of throwing him away, although it likely would work given what he's up against. It just depends on what he thinks of Pleshev's range to check call his flop.
5 seconds.
If he feels his ace highs, then maybe he can stab, but just kind of a bit unsure. But fortunate because both players are going to be pretty happy to check down the double paired board.
You think this goes check, check?
I think it goes check, check a lot, just given how passive people want to kind of play, you know, with 8 remaining. It's pretty tough for Plessa to bet here, and it does check through.
Chop it up, gents. But that's going to be something that everyone else gets to pick up on, the ace-jack O-flat from the Romanian. Certainly leads to some fun hands. People are going to read into it too much, we'll see. Excited to see that man, #1 on Moldova's all-time money list. So tough to play against. Always has been, always will be. Szykowski down to 10 bigs. Going to be in the big blind in a couple of hands. Popping the cut off, ace 5. Walt's made a couple of disciplined folds. Thought maybe it's the time to pounce. What about Chef though? I mean, came in today with 9.3, playing 4.1. Been a incredibly frustrating day out.
I love that he's jamming this 2 7s and, you know, realizes the fold equity is just so much. I was a bit worried he was just going to call there because of the presence of the short stack and him being snug in some spots. But really, if you just keep trying to see flops, you're just going to have to check fold so often, especially with these kind of pocket pairs, and you just bleed down. You know, risk is always a big part of poker. You have to take it from time to time. If you try to just be completely risk averse, you just can't put yourself in a situation to take that top prize in this London main event.
$3,000 people watching now, Randy, on the World Series of Poker official YouTube channel.
They just showed up out of nowhere.
Just
Love it.
rocking up. A lot of Thai people supporting KT. Always has a big following. Pop with a couple of hooks. If you haven't already, take a couple of seconds to click that like button. Click subscribe. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for as Ward. Stand at a couple of 6s, 30 effective.
Not too surprised he lays down to 2 6s given how he's been playing this final table. It's also kind of a tricky spot to play post flop too. Don't mind it. I've been loving the way Pleshow's been taking this final table, you know, willing to kind of get in there. 8-6 offsuit. Not the greatest hand, but with having the chip advantage, he gets a lot more free turns than normal, as players don't c-bet as high of a frequency. 2 jacks, still going to take a shot at it. I imagine this one is over now. You didn't go say hello to the Thai people in Thai? Is that, I don't know how. Can you do it for me?
Sawadee Cup.
There we go. I hope they type it back to you.
They will. They're always very polite.
But they're gonna type it back in Thai. Are you gonna be able to read it?
Yeah.
Really? Are you kidding me right now?
You'll never know.
You're always good at bluffing me.
You're good at bluffing me. Some absolute savagery going on.
A little threes. Wow, I am shocked that KT is laying down 2 threes here, +1. Everyone should be fearing his large stack and just outright folds. Also expecting big blinds to defend a bit less against him too.
Just hundreds of Thai people saying hello back. Love to see it. Yeah, I mean, I think the threes fold is fine from +1. We saw Toby fold pocket fours from under the gun.
I just didn't expect it from our chip leader.
That's a good point. Oh, Pleshev just jamming into David with the 8-4 suited. Picking up the blinds in the big blind ante. Felt a bit dicey, but got it done.
Well, he's willing to bear the risk and variance, and if it puts himself in a better position, by all means. Playing excellent at his final table. Picking and choosing his spots. Bobbing and weaving.
Bobbing and weaving, ducking and diving. Compared to the pre-flop shenanigans that were going on last night, where there was the 5-bet pre from David Shakowski for 50 bigs for the ace-7 suited. Some elite plays both pre and post flop. Like 12 left, 11 left. To this FT where everyone, for understandable reasons, is playing incredibly tight. That's how it's going to play out till we have a couple more eliminations. Bit of a slow roll from the dealer. Really teasing us with that flop. Here's Pleshev. That flop's best. Had the best of it pre. Now has a gut shot. He's going to check back.
Not the greatest card for Schweck to try to represent, as ace highs may feel compelled to continue. Even though this is the type of texture that hits the big blind more than the dealer button open. Crossing his mind, and it seems like he's grabbing some whites and blues and greens. How much is that?
Schwecked.
Just relentless.
Coming with north of half pot. That's the probe.
Could see Pleshev continue with this gutter ball and ace high. Does beat all of the clear obvious draws. So far, so good. Hello.
Oh, that's one way to get there.
Yeah, and you know, there was a big decision for Schweck on whether he had to follow through to try to represent something, but now that he's hit the queen looking for value town. And he can still represent a lot of bluffs here. whether it be at straight draw, spades, or diamonds. A bit cutesy here. 450 into 2.4. Begging for some crying calls. I believe the thing is that the queen is not really expected to hit him, just given the line he's taken, unless it's like spades with a queen or diamonds. So actually, occasionally, this induces a bluff just because it looks like a block bet with an 8. I wouldn't expect him to fold if there's a raise incoming.
Uh-oh. Pleshov pulling the trigger on the river to 2.2 million, little 5x. A solid read from Randy Liu in the booth, as Schwecht is up to 12.3 million now. Number 1 on Moldova's all-time money list, dropping down to just 21.5 bigs. Now what could have been had he just fired out a c-bet on the flop, Randy.
Ended up costing him the pot and more.
Really did.
Yeah, I just knew the second that Schwecht opened that 10-9 offsuit to cut off, despite having kind of Pong behind him. Like, he's got intentions of building a stack. And with that pot, him sliding up to 12 million, he's only 4 million behind Canapong, and they're kind of sitting across from each other. So he's now created a lot of situations where he can just... Oh, no, it's not across from him. Sorry, he's sitting right next to him. But now he's got a fearful stack for Canapong, who can't just attack him recklessly, given he's got chips to kind of play with now.
Yeah, 100%. They're the two overwhelming chip leaders, and everyone else is handcuffed. David remaining disciplined. He knows that all it's going to take is a couple of hands for him to be back in this fight.
Got a suited king here. Look, default's the call, but you never know what's going through KT's mind.
Wow, KT is just relentless.
You can see he's just picking and choosing his opponents. And with the super size here, 5x, 2 million, that puts Pop in a situation to either 4-bet jam or fold. Like a king-queen is a great hand to consider calling a 3-bet. For this price, though, you're just thinking, my stack is at risk so often post and easily dominated against ace-king, ace-queens. Would take one hell of a read to continue with king-queen off.
KT is no slouch. Came second in the WSOP main event online edition over on GG Poker for 7 figures. Losing to, I believe it was Lena, heads up.
5 seconds.
Wow, Pop is putting in multiple time cards, and he's thinking the big blind 3-bet against my UTG is supposed to be rather narrow. And also, why is he choosing a 2 million chip 3-bet instead of smaller if he was holding the goods?
Yeah, and this really goes to show that just because Catlin Pop doesn't have that big of an live resume, rather, that he clearly has a ton of experience after qualifying on GG, was thinking about it, but couldn't pull the trigger as KT extends the top of the chip counts.
KT is a tough one. You know, he chooses his spots and it always works. He had 1 king pop, not ace king.
David's been so disciplined throughout this FT. Schwecht is certainly the guy to keep an eye on. Seems to be really going after it.
Well, safe to say that other card is one of the medium type ones. Whatever it is, the queen 4 looking good. I doubt Pop would snap call ace queen pre-flop.
Pretty frustrating final table for a few of these guys. Pavel Pleshev, who came in second in chips, has dropped down to around 4 million. Christian Rudolph playing like 3 million. A lot of these guys that are very happy when they're the chip leaders and have big stacks because they get to just push everyone around, but for the time being, just incredibly handcuffed. Unable to do anything. Pleshev down to 21 bigs.
Don't do it next hand. Thank you.
See if David's going to take this spot. 7.5 big blinds.
Yeah, he's laid enough position, and you know, you just gotta survive. Ooh, he's actually a favorite against this ace-6 suited. Might give him a spin. Looks like he's going to. Really nice spot for Misakowski.
Blind's going to get out of the way, so cards on their backs. Potential ladder for everyone here, £9,000 ladder if KT can convert this 26%. The form of diamonds or a 6. This one feels tough to chop. Gonna be tough on that board.
Many outs.
11 outs to be precise. As he turns him dead. KT eliminating David Misakowski in 8th. He's going to go home with £36,000 for his efforts. He played an absolute blinder. Final 2 table performance. Just unfortunate today in a couple of big spots. Things not going his way. And with that, Randy, find ourselves down to 7. Everyone now guaranteed £45,000 for their efforts. Would have loved to have seen David pick up some chips because seems like an incredibly talented player, but just handcuffed by the deck and by ICM today. With that elimination, it's now Christian Rudolph's turn to step into the role of short stack as KT is closing in on 40% of the chips in play with 7 left. 45k locked up. Look at these pay jumps, Randy.
They're getting bigger now. 45 guaranteed. 15k pay jump. And then right after that's the really nice one. 30,000 more pounds.
Yeah, it's getting Pretty insane.
Oh, naturally.
I was thinking about it. Come on, skin, come on, skin.
I think of what hand I had in my head. 8-3 up.
Always seems to be some light-hearted banter.
The second
after
someone's
yeah,
out.
you know, just like, again, that tension release.
It's like, shall we go to the pub after this? You can see that Chef's opening up too now, UTG, after getting that page up.
There's a ton of dead hands. Philip Ward, by the way, is currently sat third in chips with 29 bigs. That's how cagey it is. The difference between 7th and 3rd is £165,000. That's over 50 buy-ins. So I can really empathize with the caginess, both pre-flop and post-flop. Flush of 9s, 21.5 bigs. Raising it up to 400k. Note the difference in sizing between his open and Chef's open. Ward with a potential playable hand.
Well, he's been snug lately. Doesn't like to see the UTG open off of 22. We're 7-handed now, so UTG a little bit later of a position than normal. I think this is quite a fine play here, looking to 3-bet fold. You got blockers, 2 hands that can continue. 22 blinds has a reasonable open fold range from UTG still. Applies a lot of pressure on the shorter stack with the Christian Rudolph short stack.
Oh, Chef taking his sweet time there. Out the big. Action back on the man ranked #1 on Moldova's all-time money list with over 7 million in live earnings. Arguably the most live experience at this final table. Going to let go of the 9s.
That was really nicely executed from Ward, who's kind of aware that hasn't been that active, so he's going to get more credit. The 9's swiftly thrown into the muck.
That's right. Always thinking about it. Here the players are going to be going on break at the conclusion of this hand. That seems to be why Chef was tanking. So that he's in the small blind and then comes back on the button when the blinds go up. Bravo.
Timed it perfectly. Well, he's gotta finish this hand first, and Pleshup's got King Jack offsuit.
Wow.
Can he deny the A6?
Pleshup just jamming. See if Chef wants to just, no. Okay. Thought about it.
It's funny, that could play in different ways where sometimes Chef just open rips himself and the King Jack goes straight into the muck.
Not this time. 7 remain. It is Thailand's Kanapong Thanaratrakul leading the field, 18.4 million. Everyone guaranteed £45,000. Don't go too far. A quick 15-minute break. When we return, we'll be playing down to a champion.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Chop, 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 chop. No way!
Covering stack. He'll defend. In a bad way, of course. 890,000 in the middle and an 8 on the board, as this is not favorable texture for a diamond-free ace-queen. Second pair, ace kicker for Rudolph. Note this kind of awareness that he's going to be able to lead, and even against hands that have him beat, this particular texture is such that shy of pocket nines, we don't necessarily anticipate anybody would be willing to inflate the pot beyond the 230.
No, I think even nines against an under the gun. Open.
Oh, how about ace-queen? Just wagging a finger at Rudolph, saying, if you really had that good a hand, would you come out swinging? And I think that and that alone is what we can attribute the raise to, Henry.
Yeah, it looked like Ward looked up at the tournament clock, perhaps deciding to randomize how aggressively he'd want to play this hand, because with hands like kings and aces at this stack depth, I think he would want to deny some equity. And wow, I mean, Rudolph, again, just putting in chips when he's ahead. 2.7 in the middle, and all of a sudden, SPR less than 1.
And also all of a sudden, further outs for the ace-queen as we add 10s alongside said queen. Pot up to 2.7 million awkwardly, courtesy of this line from Ward choosing to put the raise in. And now what do we do?
I have mine here, but I think it's for you. Okay.
PLO Cash Game Pro.
I shouldn't just match.
I know how he feels. Let's just rifle this in. Have equity.
Oh, yeah.
Bravo.
Jams. And gets through Rudolph. I think that was the necessary line to really dissolve the adhesion that Rudolph has.
Drive from Varna, Bulgaria, which is the east coast of Bulgaria on the Black Sea. Drive up through a small part of Romania. The forest there, just beautiful. I mean, have you been to the Balkans before?
No.
If you're ever looking for a place in Europe to kind of just disconnect and recharge the batteries,
I thought you were going to
recommend.
say for a place to set up a timber operation, as it seems that those forests are largely untapped.
Yeah, and export some walnuts.
Yeah. Now,
That could
another
be-
fact
that
as
could
we
be a
see
career
Lewis
change
with
for you.
the Ace Force. I don't know if I'm into wearing the flannels, donning a chainsaw, working out of a mobile office, so to speak. Lewis, very much in his office, Ace-4 suited, cut off, up we go. 320,000. Was going to say that, well, hang on. Ace-Jack suited, small blind, Schwecht. Covering stack. Might he place an order for more than 320?
Depends. KT is behind in the big, but 3-betting to stack off against Lewis makes a ton of sense. And then 3-bet folding should KT come over the top. Kind of getting clicked. Doesn't have to go big. Just a 2.5x. 2.3x. Lewis is thinking about it. Has all the options on the table with the ace-4, can flat in position, see a flop. If he believes he has fold equity and Schwecht is just trying to lean into him, could come over the top. Got a C3, 1.8 million in the middle. Oh, that diamond. Bit of a tease.
Yeah, dug in, did Lewis, dominated, and perhaps this is a merciful development in terms of board texture that doesn't necessarily call upon him to proceed further. It will depend, of course, on the manner in which Schwecht, unimproved as well, chooses to approach this dry board.
350.
Lewis going nowhere. A lot of people calling for a fold pre-flop, but Lewis sticking around. And that is just a disastrous turn card for Toby. As surely Schwecht has found a path to victory here.
Nut flush draw, Broadway gutty. That's what's been delivered to Schwecht after the 350K. Bet on the flop. Comes with 800.
Yeah, Toby's spidey senses were in the right place on the flop, but that Queen of Hearts turn card just giving Schwecht enough to find the double barrel. Cruising along up to second in chips now.
Some fine math skills on display this tournament.
What was that about math skills?
I don't know, but fine math skills on display in this tournament was the muttering.
Got some updates from the Super Circuit High Roller.
That's the 5,000-pound buy-in also taking place parallel to day 3 of this one, and also resuming today. What have you for us?
We've got Ludovic Gaelic currently in first. Harry Lodge out there as well. Alex Peffley, who we've seen. Henrik Hecklund, Felipe Ketzer. Adam Miller, Pablo Brito Silva's in the mix, as well as Espen Jorstad.
Some Triton names?
Yeah, they're all in the money. 14 players left. Playing for 135,000.
Rudolph allowed to limp the 10-3 suited, as Ward checks back the Queen 6 suited.
Been there a while.
9-6-5. Second pair for Ward. Far and away the best of what's around.
This FT hasn't gone too well for Rudolph so far. Came in with just shy of 7 million, third in chips. He's dropped down to 4.3.
Yeah, boring.
Ace-8 hand against Ward. The defending the big. Costing him quite a few chips.
Live right by a golf course. Just golf. Golf a lot.
Full-time golfer, part-time poker player. Toby Lewis.
Uneventful one thus far, as the overcard to the board rolls off. Still no post-flop action. And now trip 6s will leave us feeling considerably cozier about our kit. If we're Ward.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Chop, 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 chop. No way.
Very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott here, Grosvenor House, Park Lane, London. It's the main event, the World Series of Poker Super Circuit, 3,300 pound buy-in, 480,000 pounds going to the eventual champion. Brought to you in partnership, of course, with Luxon Pay and GG Poker. And Randy, take a look at that. Those are the chip counts, and does anything stand out in particular, not to kind of lead you to a certain direction in the conversation, but it feels like those middling stacks have to wait for Rudolph to make a move.
Yes, you're exactly right. Is these middling stacks need to wait around for Christian Rudolph, who only has 11 blinds, but with the massive chip lead of KT, who picks up ace queen in prime position to just grind down his opponents. But Schweck's been active, you know, like he's put himself in a position, did pick off that bluff against Pleshev with the Queen Jack.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job at separating himself from the rest of the field. Comfortably in second.
Down to 7.
We are indeed. Everyone guaranteed £45,000 for their efforts. Next pay jump, £15,000. Don't forget, a lot of these guys did qualify online, as the blinds have gone up to 125k, 250k. Of the players left, Rudolph, Pleshev, Catalin Pop, and KT, all qualifying on GG Poker. Chris Moorman, who came 18th, qualified for $50.
I didn't know he did the $50 thing.
That's insane, dude. Seeing some love for Randy Lou.
Thank you. Is that good enough?
I mean, ask them, not me. I wonder how this frame is going to play out. It feels like a level where we should expect to see that caginess due to the ICM pressure continue, and the tension going to be released should Rudolph bust in 7th, which is the waiting game that everyone is kind of playing. And by everyone, I mean the middling stacks, Tobias Schwecht and KT, very comfortably ahead the rest of the field. And note Schwecht's willingness to complete from the small here, Randy, with the 8-5 off.
Yeah, he hasn't been attacked by KT at all, so doesn't see any reason why he wouldn't want to try to get free flops here with the price.
Epic couple of weeks here in London throughout this GG Poker Luxon Pay WSOP circuit, as KT turns an open-ender. Schwecht uninterested, perhaps planning on pouncing on the river. KT with options, as well as 18.5 million in his stack. Scrap that, up to 19.3 now. Has around 40% of the chips in play. Loving the position that he finds himself in currently. That was rather disturbing. KT currently second on Thailand's all-time money list, best live cash of $640,000. Does have a couple of wins.
My question for you is, what is his earliest recorded cash on his Hendon mob?
Great question. First cash going back in 2018.
Yeah, so he's a pretty newish player.
Yeah, and that was a lone cash. And then 2019, he's got 8 caches. Obviously, the world then kind of shut down.
It's not your favorite position to play.
He came second in the GG WSOP online main event for $2,094,000. Second to Simon Matson, who won that bracelet and the online main event, as Schwecht looks to get to work. But yeah, KT is certainly one of those names in recent times that has popped up. Really exciting player to keep an eye on.
Gonna put in a small 3-bet here for the 2 jacks. And he really doesn't need to 3-bet too big, but look at this. KT's got ace-king. This could get dicey depending on how this one plays out.
What an absolute car crash of a hand. Schwecht It's currently 50 big blinds effective against KT as KT does cut out the cold 4-bet to 3 million. And given that the stream delay is caught up a bit, perhaps some of these out-of-line 3-bets that KT has cut out is going to lead to a confrontation here, Randy.
Right, it's crossing his mind is if this guy's getting out of line with... Now it's a different spot.
King-deuce?
It was like King 3, Queen 4. I'm sure it was more. Man, it's just so tricky because you're in such good position in second. You call here to 6 million in the middle. You've got 9 back.
This is first v second in chips.
And this is not... This is just respecting the situation that...
My out.
Had to make it big, knowing those hearts aren't coming.
Thought you were going to show a bluff. Not show value hands, that's no fun.
It's king of hearts.
I know, I saw that. I was saying,
I mean expose too hard.
It was a bluff.
Yeah.
Heart slapping me that.
Yeah. Maybe I change my hand to bluff.
Yeah. You don't see my
I don't
hand
think
before.
Tobias really cares. Like, best case scenario, he gets shown ace-king and he's not interested. Like, he has done such an incredible job of moving up into second and separating himself from the rest of the pack that he doesn't need to take these high variance spots. And what has happened since we've returned from break? Ward now with numero uno.
Yeah, and I think just the pros did not outweigh the cons of continuing with those 2 jacks. Even taking a post could potentially have cost them a lot of chips as well. Got an ace-9 suited here against the upfront 2.5x of aces.
Uh-oh.
I mean, during the break, you kind of can get some extra data and decide how to play your opponents. If he puts resistance here, he might feel that Ward is playing straightforward or something. So he does call. Just a phenomenal spot for Ward to pick up some chips.
Schweik's in position with the ace-9. Doesn't connect with the board, fortunately for him.
UTG opens tend to hit this board texture more.
Does continue. The ace-9, 1 diamond on board. Overcard.
It's... Wow, is he really continuing here? He just feels that his opponent's just going to check fold at a high frequency. Sees the diamonds. Okay, I see the diamond.
So do I, and all of a sudden, Schweik drawing live. 21%, 3 million in the middle. See how much Ward puts on requests. PLO Cash Game Pro doesn't often play tournaments. When he does, they seem to be here in London, showing us that he knows how to hang out with the tournament pros. The No Limit Hold'em ones at that. Looks like just north of half pot.
And Ward can represent a lot of bluffs himself from under the gun on this board texture still. You know, the ace, queen, ace, jack. Those type of holdings. For Schweik, now picking up the nut flush draw, I wouldn't expect him to think he's got too much fold equity as played. So you just kind of call and try to hit your hand. Sometimes it gets checked to you, and you can choose to bluff your opponent or not.
Bricks the diamonds, but does connect with that 9 of hearts.
Sure, Queen Jack does get there, but Ward is... It's nice that there's 2 6s out there that if somehow he's up against like a King 10, you know, he's still got the better 2 pair, aces and 6s. Not much checking to induce on this board texture.
Oh, Schwecht. Couple of hands not going his way.
Flashed up, Phil.
All down to 9 point, up to 9.8 rather.
Pretty sure I've got a good idea.
What's that?
I'm pretty sure I've got a good idea. I mean, everyone's going to see it soon anyway. But
What do you see?
Huh?
What do you see?
I'm not saying.
What do you see?
Definitely saw. I saw a picture card.
So a pic.
125 on this mode.
It's good eyes. It's good eyes.
Even
wearing sunglasses.
Put it this way. I saw a picture card and I think I saw a bullet.
Picture card and a bullet.
Look
I
at
mean,
the other one.
you're right about the bullet.
Yeah, the bullet does not look anything like a picture card. Couple 10s here. You know, he did lose these pots recently, but perhaps this is the one to kind of turn around for him.
Yeah, it's really not been going his way. Since we've returned from break. So still 7-handed, what could have been, had Tobias Schwecht opted to run that hand.
Rudolph just grinding downwards, being patient, but time's gonna run out soon for him.
Rudolph's just grinding away. The thing is he's seen some of the hands that show down some of these crazy pots. And when you're seeing a willingness for these guys to be bluffing and putting in large amounts of chips, you can't fault him for playing a little bit more snug.
All right, so Rudolph got the Jack 9 of clubs in the cutoff. Just 3 players back behind him. He's going to strongly consider this one. What he's down to just north of 6 blinds. It's just barely enough to have some fold equity still, which is nice. And when he does get called, you know, he's got decent equity.
Yeah, can't blind himself out of the tournament. Down to 6.5 bigs.
That's going to feel good.
You kind of see the nod from Pleshev there.
Such a predictable action after you put your glasses.
I know, so next time.
That is true. The glasses read.
Glasses on. Yeah. Hiding the anger behind the eyes. Having to fold the cutoff there.
I thought you were going to fold when you put the glasses on.
Well, if that's going to work, you got Jack 9 of clubs, you'll take it. Solid hand here for KT. And Pop's got the ace-10 right behind him. Off of 20 blinds. Kind of a tricky position. It is the chip leader opening, which is wide, but you still have many players back behind you.
This feels like it could actually get the ace-jack to fold.
It's very possible. I do like that if you are going to come into the pot, put in a small 3-bet, looking to fold. Don't really like flatting. I think 3-bet jamming would have been excessive with the short stack out there. So has played quite well sized. KT is not going to like it, right? It's you open UTG, 1 position over. Shallow stack. Oh, hold on. 2 queens. What timing is this?
Man, it kind of reminds me of late last night where there was just all sorts going on pre-flop. We've still got Schwecht in the big, right?
We do, but
Kings?
You're asking for a lot. But the thing is, look, he's going to put in 2.8. Is Pop just priced in now with this ace-10? An ace-10 is just never crushing, but price will be so good for him, 1.6 roughly. It's good news for KT, as if it was a close spot, he can, you know, have an easy decision.
Does come over the top. And
Quickly
a couple
lays
of
it
quick
down.
folds behind. That is a monster pickup for the Moldovan. Back up to 5.2 million. Bit of breathing room with 21 bigs.
I mean, he almost doubled up. He had 2.8 million, just won 2.275. No showdown.
Huge pickup for #1 on Moldova's all-time money list. KT with the walk. Don't think this is over and done with yet. There was a point at which it looked like runaway chip leader was going to perhaps get to a stage where he could just blast away like a bull in a china shop. But Ward chipping up to 9 million, Schwecht on 9 million. It's got Pavel now playing 5.2. Still feels like it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, that last pop to 2 queens was just so good for him. Gonna open up these 2 8s. See if we can get a bit of momentum going his way. Pop is down to 3.2 in the big blind. It does a cutoff open. Would have preferred jamming into a big stack open, I imagine. Let's see if he still does it, though. Should be at least calling with this holding. Let's call.
Something's got to give, Randy. Something has to give eventually. Safe flop for Pavel.
Decent texture here for Pleship, just 1 over.
Yeah.
Not too connected. Also holding 2 8s, blocking some of the straight draw continues. You really just don't have to bet too much into these short stacks. Very hard for them to continue. They have to play straightforward as the ace-9 hits the muck.
For those of you just joining us, everyone guaranteed £45,000 for their efforts. And given that 4 of these 7 players qualified online, that ROI is insane.
Got a big slick here for Schweck.
Does feel like it's been getting hit by the deck. He's also run into it on a couple of occasions.
Rudolph with the 9-8 suited. Definitely one he's going to want to defend and try to pick up some equity that he can just sometimes go out of position and just jam it. So it does call. About pot size remaining in this stack. Not really a stop and go flop for him.
Really has been a frustrating outing for Rudolph. Couple of ill-timed bluffs just left him crippled.
Thought you were shoving, didn't you, to us? Saw that, didn't I? Then you pretend like you're fiddling with his chips. Yeah, but obviously. Yeah, you know, obviously. Just funny. Spectator, it was funny.
Just been incredibly patient as well. A couple of 3-bets at the start of the FT, but I think just correctly recognizing that there are people at this table that don't mind playing unnecessarily big pots, and with that in mind, just trying to allow to stay out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen people put in some 3-bet folds, and, you know, Pop, who was once a comfy stack, is just north of 10 blinds now. Shrek, ever since losing that kind of big pot, has grinded his way back up to the 10 million chip club. KT over in the 20 million chip club.
Yeah, KT with 40% of the chips in play.
Rudolph, just 3% of all chips in play, 6 BBs. He's on the dealer button. Don't know if he can survive another orbit without getting it in soon. Pleasure of ace-10 offsuit under gun.
Raise folding this hand, one would assume.
Pretty much at a, I would think 100% frequency days raise folding. Besides, against everyone but Rudolph, of course.
Right. Oh my.
And hello.
Well, we're about to find out.
We'll get confirmation shortly. I suppose the decision here for Ward is, does he 3-bet to induce or just 3-bet rip?
Yeah, no nonsense with the short stacks.
Does that answer your question? Ace-10 in the muck?
Certainly looks that way. $45K guaranteed. Rudolph with dust. But we've already seen what he can do.
He's got a
has
dream.
Stack. Does indeed. 7 players left. 910 runners in this one.
That's a bad dream. A nightmare. 3 deuce off, straight in the muck.
It's painful because he's not the type of guy.
He's not asking for much.
No,
he's just
not.
saying, you know, maybe 1 ace, couple paint. You know, I don't need aces and kings. I'll take it, but whatever you can before I blind down. question with a walk?
You watch Mr. Link, you can see a flop. That's what you got.
Chef giving it the speech.
Kanapong Tanarachiko got the ace-4 clubs. Clearly going to raise this one, even in first position, given his stack distribution. Just the speed of everyone mucking may give him ideas to open raise relentlessly. But Shrek does have the King 10 offsuit, sizable stack where he can still call here, doesn't really expect to kind of get put in by the river.
I can't remember the last time we saw a flop. I really can't remember the last time we saw a big collision that wasn't pre-flop.
Wow. Look at that continuation bet sizing. 1.2 million. Trying to put maximum pressure on this 9.5, which is rather threatening now. King 10 was definitely a mandatory call against a small bet, maybe even medium. But what about near pot?
And this is just KT leading into the fact that, hey, Tobias, you're comfortably top 3. Do you really want to play a monster pot here and potentially go home? 8 of diamonds on the turn as both players remain unimproved.
And when he does check call to flop, it looks pretty strong. He's not with the King 10 at this moment. So it's actually pretty hard for KT to still fire multiple barrels, especially with the type of hand he's holding.
$3.8 million out there. Does that mean that should it go check on this turn, that it's a mandatory barrel from Tobias? Or does KT still have value that checks back for a bit of pot control?
It's hard to say. It kind of depends on what he interprets the pot size bet range to be. He does have quite a decent blocker here with King 10. Problem is he just never wins the pot at showdown, and there's so much in there. And he can put chips in there where even if he loses them, it doesn't hurt him too much, given he's got 8.3 million. You know, like, King 10 doesn't even beat King Queen, which could potentially stab in this manner and all the ace highs.
Doesn't even need to go that big, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Just try to represent a Jack X. Kind of have a more wide value betting range without putting in too much, but actually going rather large, 2.8, gets it done. And, you know, Shrek really hasn't been shy of playing pots of Canopom besides the 2 jacks.
Yeah, and I think to kind of wrap that whole sentiment up, that jacks fold that we saw, where perhaps someone else would take the spot, a big part of that had to do with the fact that Schwecht had been chipping away, had done a great job at separating himself from the rest of the pack, and clearly feels like he has a post-flop edge.
Yeah, and you know, if he had played those 2 jacks earlier, it's more of a pre-flop confrontation, or, you know, all my chips at risk. Just didn't feel it was worth it. But here he kind of enjoys playing more of these single raise pots where he can try to outmaneuver his opponents, which he's done more
He's done a
often than
great
not.
job of, yeah, he really has. Well, that is how things stand. We're still at a gridlock with 7 left, but I must say that this frame, this level, has had a lot more action than the one before the break, and it does feel inevitable that a bust out or a massive collision is round the corner.
Currently on hand 62 as Pavel Pleshev's got King 4 of Hearts. He's got 2 big stacks in the blinds. It's always scary opening into them. And look at that. Laying down King 4 of Hearts is a lot of respect to these 2 big stacks.
Yeah, it doesn't need to.
I would say that Tobias Schweck has been playing really well despite the seat draw. Most would say that he's going to kind of have a bad seat draw with directly out of position against KT. Does pick up top pair. And, you know, he's getting a lot of these free flops BVB, which is nice for him. Open-ended now for KT.
More pot control by both. As KT remains unimproved. Queen high going to this river.
Seems like he's going to try to extract from like a 6x holding. The way the hand's played out, it kind of looks like a king or nothing situation for him. Don't think you would ever expect ace high to just bet outright, so if his hard card is good, queen high certainly would be.
Tobias Schweck. Obviously check out all of his results over on the Hendon Mob. 1.3 million in career earnings. Calls Vienna home. Couple of cashes during the Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. First burst onto the scene way back in 2012. Bulgaria, of all places, was his first recorded cash. And then nothing much to write home about. A bunch of 5-figure scores, 4-figure scores, really small ones. And then transitioned to online during the height of the pandemic. Came second in a bracelet event.
Oh, here we go. Ace queen into ace jack. Small blind versus BB.
Wow, what a brutal setup.
He snapped so fast, he's thinking, I've got to have you beat.
Brutal setup for Pop.
Ace Jack versus Ace Queen's been strong on this table.
That is true. That is very true. Ace Jack has been very strong.
Statistics be damned.
Against Ace Queen. To get us down to 6.
Shared good luck.
Shared good luck is fair. Oh,
He saw the jack
tease.
first.
Queen in the kitchen, though.
Is the window of the service card today? Look right.
We asking for chop? Do we want blood? We got blood.
Well, a massive GG's to the Romanian Catalin Pop, who qualified into this event over on GG Poker. Has to be thrilled with the ROI, going home with £45,000, but always going to have that question looming of what could have been, Randy. So he does bow out in 7th, and Christian Rudolph on just 1.37 million gets that £15,000 ladder. And look at the size of the pay jumps from here on out, Randy. £30,000, £50,000, £70,000, then £95,000. Then, of course, the heads-up match for £175,000. KT with 40% of the chips in play. And the likes of Pavel Pleshov, Philip Ward, not looking to play big pots against the chip leader with the presence of Rudolph on just 6 bigs.
So does Rudolph send KT a tip there for getting him that huge pay jump?
I mean,
just 6 blinds.
Did you get your 2%?
No, I did not.
From Danny Tang?
No, because apparently he said the bullet I helped him pick in that tournament, he got showered.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, so you owe him 2%.
No, think about it. Everything would be different.
That's true.
Got a queen 7 off, suited. Taking a shot at it. And once again, just absolutely whiffing it, but he's so short.
He's got a gut shot, Randy. Backdoor hearts. There's 1.25 out there. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, are we just check folding a gut shot here?
I don't know, because it feels that Shrek could have some, you know, like 8-9 occasionally, right? Because he's off of 12 million. Stack that can open wide in the cutoff.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. We fold and we're down to 2.5 bigs. Or do we just spin the wheel, try and get back up to north of 10 big blinds?
It's pretty tricky. Also waiting how he can use these chips in the future hand. Looks like he will make the call and still has the 375 back.
Hot for a sweat dealer.
Well,
okay.
Double gutter. Must go with it now.
18% equity for Christian Rudolph. Looking for a king or a 9 in order to double up. Otherwise, we will be down to 5 players.
Equity.
Does have equity. To get back in this fight, to get back up to 10 big blinds. Can he find it? Cowboy or a 9? Doesn't manage to convert, Randy, and with that, we lose arguably one of the most impressive players from this Super Circuit main event. GG to Christian Rudolph, who, I mean, for me personally, late last night, a lot of you have seen the article over on Poker.org, made one of the folds of the year. And it's going to be disappointed to go home, but still £60,000 richer after qualifying online. And with that, finally some eliminations, Randy. We're down to 5, all guaranteed. £90,000 for their efforts. A fist bump exchange between Rudolph and Schwecht, of course. Love to see the sportsmanship, as always, as we work our way down to 5 now. 2023 WSOP Super Circuit main event, brought to you by Luxompe, GG Poker.
They're real big pay jumps.
Yeah, this is getting pretty wild now.
So KT is on the button and actually open limped. Just to get our bearings on this hand. No connection, both players. Extremely wide range for Ward as he does get a free flop, and KT just gonna try to scoop this one right away with the minimum bet.
My hand should have raised.
Wow.
Easy. That doesn't mean anything. Just make a mill. My hand. Or what? Another mill. 875.
You're out of position though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sure.
That is the problem.
KT, 21 million. Tobias Schwecht on 14. Philip Ward leading the front for the UK poker scene. PLO Cash Game Pro. Perhaps turned Tournament Pro now. They're locking up £90,000 for his efforts.
A lot of people, when they get a nice score in a tournament, they can't just say
They can't
just
stay
one.
away.
No.
525.
Can confirm. That happened to me once. For a brief stint.
KT, given it a thought here, if the 10-8 suited, it is a 22 big blind open. But something about this 10-8 suited speaks to him. Going flat here in position. Good thing he didn't 3-bet. Certainly wouldn't have been able to see a flop if he did.
Just wants to tango. Wants to get involved. Jack of Diamonds is a beautiful window card, but the ace-10 behind, giving Pleshov top pair and a gut shot.
Pleshov might actually proceed with caution on this board texture. Certainly betting is fine too to charge the Queen Jack King 10 type holding, which is what he's going to do. It's never fun when you're holding bottom pair in this spot and your opponent's still barreling off of this stack. You don't really expect someone to just bet like a pure air type hand on this board texture. And that's a really nice disciplined fold, realizing that Pleshov shouldn't be just attacking dry. You know, it's nice to see when players are able to pivot despite picking up some equity on the flop there, just realizing the ranges they're up against.
Five left here. WSOP Super Circuit main event. £90,000 guaranteed.
550.
So Ward picking up Ace King against Kanapong Tanarachiko. Keep in mind, there are some short stacks out there, and notice that Ward, even with this 9 million chip stack, is just thinking all in rather than 3-bet to induce. He doesn't want to put himself in a position where he may bust before Chef, who's getting rather short, just trying to clear out the opponent.
Oh
wow,
my
Canopong
word.
reading this as some kind of hand that doesn't want to go with it. And look at how big of a pot this is.
Does, like, KT just think Ward has fold equity here? I mean, he's put in half of his stack pre.
He just thought that if his opponent had a big premium like Queens plus Ace King, he was going to 3-bet smaller than Deuce. And just a misstep.
Well, the Brit, the PLO cash game professional, could be chip leader if he can fade a jack, running spades, or running straight cards. As the 10 of clubs on the turn.
You see it?
CKT calling for the chop, not calling for the win. Queen Jack or a 7 needed for the Thai superstar as he finds the Jack of Diamonds on the river.
How sick is
70
that?
big blind pot. You hear the players kind of groan in agony along with Ward at just how high equity of a pot that was. £50,000 ladder between 4th and 5th alone. I mean, that one's got to be worth healthy 6 figures rather than being chip leader and playing 19 million. Philip Ward out in 5th with just £90,000, and now we're down to 4. And well, what do you know, Randy? Dropping like flies.
I mean, he was in 3rd place with 9 million chips. These two, Pavel Plushev and Ravi Shev, getting a huge pay jump, 50K to be exact. The man was saying, don't call me. Don't call me. And he called him and just drilled it.
Well, do you know who enjoys that? Ravi Shev and Pavel both getting that 50K ladder.
Even Shrek loves it, right? Okay, I'll take a free pay jump. Why not?
The chat are going absolutely wild as well, the Thai fans. And now KT with more than half the chips in play. Wow. that one's definitely got the blood pumping here, that's for sure.
You gotta feel so good if you're a chef, right? Like you're thinking, I don't really need to play too many hands if this is what's gonna happen. You're just gonna keep paying me like more money every time someone's out. £50,000 pay jump, just like that. There's only 4 remaining. One with so many chips, more than 30 million. Shrek is doing rather well as 2. Ace-9 of clubs for Shet.
Yeah, 12 bigs. Got to announce himself.
Ace-7 suited, is this right on the cusp?
It might be. We're 4-handed. He knows that Chef is going to be in the big blind in the next hand. Going to have to put in 2 of his 12 bigs.
What's important, too, is that there's a decent separation from Shet and Pavel Plushev. So that would make Shef's range more desperate, more willing to go in. And he's going to make the call of Ace-7 of hearts. And in great position, 60% favorite to get right back into this tournament.
And also, can we talk about how the Moldovan Pavel just gets to watch on and potentially ladder again, as he was short at one point. So far, so good for Chef.
There's the rest of it.
2 cards to come, both players with backdoors. This is a £70,000 potential ladder for the short stack Pavel. If Schwecht can convert. And note the size of the pot, by the way, Randy. If Chef holds, he would tie with Pleshev with around 6.3 million. Oh,
Ouch.
my word, the pain.
Oh, you can see the pain in his face. It just hurts him.
Chef now with 12 outs once, looking for a 9 or a club to double back up. Is it going to be domination rotation again? It is, Randy. And another 3-outer converting in a high equity spot, as you see Ravi just run over to his rail. Understandable pain, given that when the money did finally go in, there's just 2 cards to come. But with his departure, we're down to 3.
We're down to 3.
I mean, what is going on? It was a gridlock out there. It was like LA traffic in rush hour.
Look at the eliminations. KT, Schweck, KT, Schweck. Those are the last 5.
Wow. 122 bigs, place 70, place 24. All guaranteed 210,000 for their efforts.
70,000 pound pay jump. Just like that for Pavel Pleshev.
Roller coaster of emotions of the last little bit or so.
Yeah, like all of a sudden we're just speed running.
We're just going to have like 100 big blind heads up match.
Yeah.
No.
It's possible. It is fun to watch deep stack heads up, but we're not going to count Pavel Pleshev out just yet. He does know that he is so short relative to the rest of the competition that he needs to start to make stances, and hence why he's defending King 3 offsuit now, something he wouldn't have done if there was a presence of short stacks.
Short stacks?
Short stacks.
You definitely said the other word, Randy, but you know, Freudian slip, it happens at times. You've
Sorry,
been on a
my
long
enunciation was not clear for you.
You've been on a long
your
trip.
Your mind is just in the wrong place.
I understand. You've been hanging out with me and Ali for the past 16, 17 days. I heard it. Everyone else heard it. No judgment from this side of the booth. This is a safe space. As Schwecht
safe turn
turns the Queen High straight. Pavel with an open ender.
Because of how good his draw here is, he might actually take a stab here, expecting these ace highs, little pocket pairs, 8x to just outright fold, which he does. Just a great spot here, holding the 9. It's also a bit disguised. Some 9 bets the flop at a decent frequency. No flush draw on, oh, sorry, flush draw on the front, but no new flush draw. I mean, he's also seen Pleshev put in a nasty bluff on him earlier, which he did call correctly. So gonna try to keep that bluff since still in there.
$2.2 to fight for.
It's not unreasonable for Pleshev to follow through with one more bet to try to kick out these one pair hands that would hang on. And can we say bye-bye to these chips?
It's just trying to. Is this just trying to get like one pair hands?
So hands like
An
King Jack,
ace-X.
King 10, yeah, these kind of like one pair gut shots or open-ended straight draws. And he's betting in a way that looks a bit milky too. Now Schweck is deciding is there value in raising, and I would say so, just because he really only loses to King 9. Ace King would have just ripped it in pre. King 9 might actually size up on the turn as well, or turn and river. Also, when someone bets small like this, they could be putting some kind of block bet with 2 pair. Nicely done. Shrek getting the best of Plesha once again.
The Moldovan is the shortest stack. It's guaranteed 210,000. He's managed to get a few ladders. Has to be thrilled as the blinds go up to 150,000, 300,000 with a 300,000 big blind ante. Means the chip leader KT drops down to 100 bigs. Tobias is now playing around 70. And Pavel playing around 15. Has his work cut out.
Blinds up always dangerous for the short stack.
Yeah, but has to be thrilled with the amount of ladders that he's got here in pretty quick fashion as well.
Also, the last 2 ladders, right? They feel a little bit undeserved. You know, the ace jack getting against the ace king and the ace 7 against the ace 9.
Yeah, yeah, high equity spots for sure.
Release. And the game plan for Schweck should be small ball until Pavel, you know, gets it in pretty much. These are the type of hands where you would strongly consider 3-betting if it's just heads up, but for now, you don't want to put yourself at risk against the ace queen, and looking pretty good for the queen high flop.
Yeah, queen 7 deuce, rainbow. About as good as it gets. Unless it's the ace queen board, obviously, but
let's see what kind of sizing comes in with, because, you know, KT is using quite a variety of sizes, like pot size bets, small bets. He goes small here.
Struck with potential backdoors.
Floaty.
Yeah, he's seen the backdoor Bangkok potential.
How will the backdoor get in trouble card?
Yeah, that's what I like to call the Bulgarian trips.
I'm trying to interpret the Bulgarian trips. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Runner, you know?
KT gonna try to extract value, and to be fair, he does have a decent amount of bluffs still in this spot. Does go for 1.6. He can represent all of the gut shots, the straight draws, which he certainly will be opening from the dealer button. No presence of a flush draw is a little bit troublesome for Schweck, given that that'll reduce the amount of bluffs that he's up against. Schweck hasn't been shy of being a little sticky from time to time, but he is going to lay this one down correctly. Kenapong chipping up to 31.9 million in chips. What timing is this for Pavel Pleshev, sitting on 13 blinds, just north of that? Wouldn't surprise me if he does limp on occasion. Keeping it standard with the min raise. 9-5 off here for KT. He's going to muck that one. Disappointing for the two kings. Tobias picking up ace-5, just laying it down outright, expecting KT to just attack him. KT now in the small. Gonna complete here as Pleshev's got 4-3 of hearts, an opportunity to see a free flop. Suited variety is not one of those hands you will pump up, polarize after the small blind limps. Does make that little pair. 2 overs to the middle card for Kanapong Tanarachakul, who's also got the inside straight draw, backdoor spades working, and he's got the chip set that can apply so much pressure. Also expecting King X to attack a lot from the big blind pre-flop.
Why am I seeing backdoor disasters?
And he's actually reaching for raising chips here with the bottom pair. Doesn't want to get blown off of it. Feels that KT is just firing too much air. But with this type of holding, just enough to at least continue with a call.
And what is the idea here?
It is a little odd. It's not something you see too much. Perhaps this is player-dependent strategy.
Because now I feel like we're playing in an inflated pot with bottom pair on a wet texture. And we're just in trouble. SPR's just north of 1.
I completely understand where you're coming from. It's just... it's a peculiar play.
It really is.
Now, as played, does pick up the little gut shot, but kind of the dummy end does check back, hoping for a showdown.
Oh,
But
the backdoor Bangkok for the Thai superstar.
Look at the
Has
check.
the 8 high straight. Pavel with value now.
He's going to think this is good, especially if the snap check. How often does someone have a 8 when they bet called his flop and not bet the river?
Number 1 on Moldova's all-time money list, squaring off against number 2 on Thailand's all-time money list.
I want to say this is an impossible check here with the bottom end.
It would be insane to check this back. Would be a soul read of soul reads.
He can't do it. What he can do is try to value own himself, which he does. We know the raise is incoming with the 8.
It's gone like 2/3 here. 1.8 into 2.8, I believe.
I'm wondering, is there a chance that Pavel could ever lay down this straight when the jam comes in? It's hard to say. I mean, how many people really bluff raise for less than min? A little Hollywood action.
Honestly, since Catalin Pop bust out in 7th, it's just been cooler after cooler, pre-flop and post-flop. 3 outers for heaps in equity. And now this run out on this flop, blind v blind, as KT does now check jam, and Let's see, Pavel just pained by this.
So one of the problems here for Pavel Pleshov is he's pretty much near the top of his range. It's very hard for him to hold 8x as played. Raise flop, check turn. Even 8-7, if he had it, doesn't always raise the flop in position off of his stack. So
yeah,
it's very hard to think of 8x's that he can show up with here. And he might feel that holding this hand right now is the best he can and might feel obligated to continue.
Yeah, like 8-4 of spades.
I could see that.
Yeah, but I
It's
mean,
like
you're
one,
right.
it's like one hand, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm nitpicking here. You know, it's so tough. And given that we are at top of range, does that then make this more of a fold?
Great
Bravo.
laydown. That is rather sick to preserve the remaining 1.4.
Just leaving himself with 4.5 bigs, but at least leaves himself with a chance, Randy, to get back in this. Didn't even take him too much time, but has a lot of work to do with just 1.4 million now.
And what's nice, actually, is that his bet sizing kind of saved him with some chips. Some players may get greedy, just go all in, and he's right out of there.
Well, I think if that doesn't showcase just how he made it to #1 on Moldova's all-time money list by a considerable margin, by the way. Closing in on the 8 million in lifetime earnings.
Here we go, BVB. Looks like we're going to get a quick call here from Schweck. Ace-10.
Oh, Pavel gonna need some help from the deck. That's 35% equity as he stands up. Such an impressive hand of mob this man has. I mean, we're talking over a dozen 6-figure scores, a 7-figure score, and a bracelet. Can he get back in this fight? Well,
that's a good flop for the 9-8 offsuit.
Ace Queen 9, bottom pair, and a flush draw. Note the equities, 49% for the Moldovan. Looking for a 9, 10, or a heart to double back up to 10 bigs. Doesn't find it, Randy, as it comes clean on the river for Schwecht. A couple of fist bumps exchanged between all three. Some sportsmanship, as always, being displayed by Pavel, but adding £210,000 to his total lifetime earnings, taking him up to over 7.5 million now. And given how things were seven-handed, he was short to get third for 210,000. Has to be thrilled. And with that, Randy, we're going to go to a short 10-minute break. Heads up when we return, as Kanapong and Tobias are going to be battling it out for the £480,000 that comes with this Super Circuit main event trophy. See you shortly.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do. Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all other GG traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way! Что происходит?
as it comes. 8-6 tray, Randy. A couple of hearts on board. Note the equity shift in Pop's favor with just ace high, 2 to come. And that's why. Dead on the turn. Here's Toby Lewis. It's incredibly short stacked on multiple occasions from the final 4 tables all the way down to the FT. Give you the exact exchange rate. I believe it's around 620,000. 609,311 USD.
450. Raise 450.
Yeah, ICM is killing the action as expected.
Yeah, but if you don't respect ICM, you really are just not playing optimally. And here we got Ace King versus Ace King. You're going to get a flop, a turn, and a river. You happy, chat?
Both players with 2 live flush draws.
Pretty much mandatory all in here for Schwecht, and I can't really see Rudolph laying down even with the 8BB stack that exists. You know, the pay jumps are a little bit smaller when there's more players remaining. But actually what happens is a 3-bet to 1 million rather than 3-bet jam.
Is he trying to... Okay, doesn't matter. Chips go in. Took us a while to get there. We're going to see 5. But the non-all-in 3-bet is certainly something that's got us curious in the booth. A couple of spades, Randy, and Schwecht with the 5% free roll.
It's not possible, is it?
1 in 20 times it comes running spades, but not this time. So they're going to chop this one up. So still 8-handed here.
It's been suited possible, I guess. Yeah, it's probably, but it's not, it doesn't matter the combinations.
A bit, but doesn't hurt to try given how many chips he's already got.
And also once David has folded, David sat to Tobias's right. The players behind really aren't incentivized to get entangled with him as bowing out in 8th. Obviously be a disaster. The presence of that short stack.
We'll see how he's going to play this ace-jack. He thought about it last time with the ace-6 of hearts just last hand. He is covered. Healthy 31 big blind stack. Besides, it's too weak to just fold outright. But doesn't want to like 3-bet and just have a situation where Pleshov can just 4-bet rip at a high frequency given how tight he should be calling off.
They're like 6 behind? Yeah. Heads up.
Yeah, typically lean towards 3-betting with the ace-jack offsuit combo. Flatting even in position against the +1 open.
I agree with that. In general, you do 3-bet the offsuit variety just given how playable the suitedness is. Not a great texture for both players. Pleshov does tend to check this type of board early position with even hands as strong as overpairs. But Pop is going to take a shot at it.
400.
like third pot. Does obviously retain hands like 8s, 9s, 10s, maybe even jacks at some frequency. Pleasure for the 2 overs, backdoor clubs. Reaching for calling chips as he does. Check call. 50% chance that someone picks up a flush draw on the turn, and that's not it. Board pairing turn card. That feels like a bit of a scare card for Pop now.
Yeah, I would think so. He might feel that if he bets again, he's just kind of throwing him away, although it likely would work given what he's up against. It just depends on what he thinks of Pleshev's range to check call his flop.
5 seconds.
If he feels his ace highs, then maybe he can stab, but just kind of a bit unsure. But fortunate because both players are going to be pretty happy to check down the double paired board.
You think this goes check, check?
I think it goes check, check a lot, just given how passive people want to kind of play, you know, with 8 remaining. It's pretty tough for Plessa to bet here, and it does check through.
Chop it up, gents. But that's going to be something that everyone else gets to pick up on, the ace-jack O flat from the Romanian.
V.
Bobbing and weaving, ducking and diving. Compared to the pre-flop shenanigans that were going on last night, where there was the 5-bet pre from David Shakowski for 50 bigs for the ace-7 suited. Some elite plays both pre and post flop, like 12 left, 11 left. To this FT where everyone, for understandable reasons, is playing incredibly tight. That's how it's going to play out till we have a couple more eliminations. Bit of a slow roll from the dealer. Really teasing us with that flop. Here's Pleshev. That flop's best. Had the best of it pre. Now has a gut shot. He's going to check back.
Not the greatest card for Schweck to try to represent, as ace highs may feel compelled to continue. Even though this is the type of texture that hits the big blind more than the dealer button open. Crossing his mind, and it seems like he's grabbing some whites and blues and greens. How much is that?
Schwecked.
Just relentless.
Coming with north of half pot. That's the probe.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
heads up between Tobias Schwecht and Kanapong Thanaratrikul, the Thai superstar, live from the JW Marriott here, Grosvenor House, London Park Lane. That is how things stand. That is what they're playing for. Both guaranteed £305,000 for their efforts. And look at the knockouts at this final table. Everyone eliminated by either KT or Tobias, bar Toby Lewis. And it really has just been a pretty one-way affair for both. KT obviously with that incredibly fortunate ace-jack against ace-king.
So to have more bust-outs than anyone at this final table, you need to win this heads-up match. It's 3-3 apiece between these two.
Let's go. Well, well, well. Who would have thought that we'd be here at this stage of the tournament, just 75 hands into this FT? But here we are. KT against Schwecht. 34 million plays 20. Incredibly deep. Don't expect this one to be over anytime soon. Randy Liu in the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. I believe Ali Najad will be jumping back in at some point. That's if it's not over in the space of 3 hands.
The thing is, like, yes, we are incredibly deep, which will be fun to watch. Then again, these two players are not shy of playing big pots, and with no one else to beat besides the opponent across from you, it is all about chip EV now. No need to preserve your tournament life. What can you do to win it? 9 deuce pays off so far.
Oh, well, KT.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
It makes a statement right away that he's willing to check top pair on the first hand of heads up, so Schwecht might not be able to just assume that checks are weak and might have to check back some light kind of potential value bets.
Oh, warm welcome back, of course, to all of the viewers. A lot of Thai fans in the chat, Randy.
Of course. You know.
Say hello to them in Thai.
Sawadee-la?
Close.
Okay.
Sawadee krap.
Sawadee krap.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. And I'll say hi to all the German
Germans.
fans out there.
Yeah.
Do
it.
Guten Tag? Is that right?
Let's do it. Yeah. Guten Tag. Why not?
And to our English-speaking people, hello.
No deals made. Chardy, and I don't think there's going to be any talks of a deal either.
No, KT does not strike me as a guy who wants to make a deal. He's here for the competition. First, money. Second, in my opinion. And he's just had a phenomenal, World Series in general, right? Like him making heads up into this circuit event, and then you saying he got second in the online main event, bracelet event.
2 million in cash draw, yeah.
Yeah, 2 million, which was like, what, a 5 or 10K buy-in, which is absolutely sick. Schwecht, no stranger to high stakes, very competent, extremely good. Check raising here with the gutter ball and the backdoor diamonds. Not a good draw here for the 10-3 off, which mucks it. And in deep stack heads up, there really is no room to hide. You know, the better player does tend to win more pots than normal. So if you do have an edge, we'll be able to kind of just see it as this unfolds. Whereas short stack heads up, you know, it just kind of gets it in. Whoever wins that confrontation ends up shipping the tournament. You can see the ring there, right between the two players that they will capture if they can ship this circuit event.
That is what they're playing for.
do have a Jack-9 offsuit versus Jack-8 suited. Wonder what the game plan is for Shrek on the button. Is he more of the open raising or limping type? Does opt for a raise?
It feels like at this stack depth, I mean, we're almost 70 big blinds effective. That this is going to be a heavy raise strategy from both. If not, Randy, you better be prepared for a 5-hour heads-up match, mate.
Don't worry, even if with limps, these two guys know how to put chips in there, and there is a decent flop there in the sense that it's rather dry. And when it's dry, you can just relentlessly bet and expect your opponent to just check fold so much. Even a hand like Jack-8 of Hearts looks pretty, but on this board, nothing to look for. Would you believe it, Henry, if I told you that I once was actually heads up for a circuit event ring?
I would believe you. Why wouldn't I believe you on such a thing?
I don't know. I did. I did not win it.
Oh, yeah.
Hence, my fingers are naked.
Who did?
I lost to Steven Song. I don't know if you know who that is.
Yeah, of course I do, yeah.
Yeah. His winner's photo was like 10-4 offsuit or something in 3-bet pot. Yeah, I believe he also entered this main event earlier at some time. But circuit events, they're really nice. You know, they attract really big fields. You know, here we got 9-10, big prize still up top.
It's gonna take a lot for all the money to go flying in here. Shout out to everyone that has followed GG Poker online and been sweating along. Some quick bust outs. Everyone that's been getting involved in the conversation. Still the 5K high roller and the 10K high roller running as well. Talking to Steven Song, he's here in the building, mate.
I don't want to talk about that name anymore.
He's here playing the 10K super high roller.
I purposely left his name out until you asked who won it.
Wow.
Then I was like...
He's really rubbing it in.
We go Jack-7 offsuit in the big. You can defend really wide in heads up, especially in the tournament big blind ante format. And not just defend. How about a 1.6?
This feels unnecessary in my mind. Although I guess, what, 2.5x?
Look, KT's a momentum player, you know, like he's got a bit of timing on some of his 3-bets throughout our final table. What about just flopping top pair?
Let's do it. 3.5 million in the middle. I've certainly seen it.
There's actually a decent chance, depending on what size he comes in with, that the ace-10 offsuit still peels one off with position.
Looks like third pot.
Yeah, for ace-10 against 1/3, there's high-frequency call here. You do have the best hand occasionally. It's hard for your opponent to just blast away if he's got air as well when you make a call on this board texture.
Oh, it's one of those turn cards where this could get from bad to worse.
It's actually interesting how to play the Jack-7 offsuit. It's one of your weakest jacks. I assume actually the weakest. If you want to kind of mix in some kind of showdown value in your checking range, this is certainly the type of hand you'd want to do so, and card as well. As it stands, ace-10, it does check a lot here and just trying to get to showdown cheaply. That is an excellent card for Jack-7, just in case he was up against a better kicker. But with the check through on the turn, it feels that the most likely hand you can extract value from is more like an ace-5, a pocket eights, nines type situation. He probably expects Jack-X to bet the turn at a decent frequency, and hence kind of like not a full pot size bet targeting Jack-X. The smaller bet invites calls from these weaker holdings.
Feels like a bad card for Schwecht.
Schwecht can definitely show up with better hands than ace-10 to call here. But,
3 pair.
you know what? 3 pair. How do you say 3 pair in this spot? I mean, it's true.
That is a major blow. Schwecht down to 50 bigs. Canapong with 40 of the 55 million in play. I do apologize, Randy. Go on.
Don't worry about that. But he's really kind of earned himself that call on the river because of the hands he's been showing up with throughout this final table. People recognize that he's relentless and just getting in their light from time to time. So Tobias Schwecht just feels more obligated to pay off this man who is just willing to splash, right, from time to time.
Yeah, 100%. I think the build-up to this heads-up match, that's a great point. That is a sizable dent in Schwecht's stack. That's what they're playing for, WSOP circuit. Main event ring. Queens now for KT, and you're talking about momentum, Randy. See him come with the 2.5x. Seems to be what both players are leaning towards.
Barely connected. He's out. 1 pip closer, most likely would have been in.
Okay.
It's the first biggest pot, first big pot rather, of this heads up going KT's way. Does have a couple of victories on his Hendon mob, but you know that this one would mean so much to him. Just loves the game, doesn't play for the money, really plays for the competition. Second on Thailand's all-time money list. Has 1 victory, which came in December of 2022. It's down a high roller event, 10K high roller. But that was only a 196 runner field. This one, you know, would mean a lot more.
Nice dry texture here for the pre-flop raiser, who can put in like a quarter or third pot bet to usually take this one down. But a check back, a bit of balance, I suppose. For him to check back this flop means he needs to check back ace-x from time to time as well.
As well as some pocket pairs.
Pocket pairs lower than ace, yes. Occasional 4x as well. Let's see if he delays turn or river bet with this 10-8 offsuit.
Feels like that's what we're anticipating.
Yeah, I wouldn't really expect him to just try to check down, showdown to 10-8 high.
We might have a long grind ahead.
A 4-liner.
See if KT wants to turn his hand into a bluff now.
He doesn't think the 10-9 would ever win, although it is ahead in this spot. You might expect to hear from the Ace-X, Jack-X by now, and as well as 5X, little gutter ball might take a shot at it at some point. And look at KT. Because of the passiveness from Schweck, he's allowed KT to scoop this pot up. And did he go overbet?
He did indeed, Randy. That's 2.5 into 1.8. Imagine if... Okay.
Come on.
Come on, bro.
Sometimes we think about it, but this one was never going to happen, I'd imagine. Not on this board texture.
Blinds going up. 200, 400 by the sounds of it. Schweck down to 40 bigs. There you go. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker in partnership with Luxon Pay. What an epic series it's been here in London.
Every pot has been going KT's way.
Really has been a one-sided affair so far. Schwecht was grinding away. 7-handed, 6-handed, 5-handed to chip up nicely to get into this heads-up match in the first place after a rough trip to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Can hear my voice in the background. He's currently guaranteed himself a career record cash, by the way, regardless of where he finishes from here on out. £305,000, around $370,000. Check gonna fire out here, does have the best of it.
Dead, right?
KT with some
imagination.
Yeah. That's one way of putting it.
If you see it, you can't unsee it.
Do you see it now, Randy?
I see it. Do you see it? Because I see it. I think KT sees it as well.
Checks it on over. There was an option where he could potentially lead. As it checks through. Doesn't get there. And snap checks.
The queen high has enough showdown value. If he was holding like a lower high card, and he probably would have took a shot at it.
Kanapong.
Kenapong Tanratuko got the king 7 also in. Notice the change in strategy now with the stack size shrinking, with the limp on the button.
Yeah, that 4 million chip pot really shifted things. Tobias, rather than being down to 25 bigs, it's now playing 35 healthy stack. Flopping best.
Does pick up the little wheel draw to go with his pair of deuces. But as played with the king 7, if you're able to show it down this cheaply, usually want to continue to do so, which he does. Can't really expect the deuces to try to extract value from king high on his board texture. Oftentimes just go check, check.
True, right?
Yep.
Do you think they reduced the blind level?
I don't believe they do, but I didn't read the structure sheet either.
Yeah, just it felt
It feels like it's fast.
It felt like we got to that 200, 400 quicker than... I don't know.
If they did, it's not too much time. 2 jack 10s. And also, Tobias Schweck is opting for this limping strategy as well, as we are sub 40 blinds effective. It's a hand he can definitely apply pressure with this jack 10 of hearts. And he is going to grab some of these white chips. 2 million is a 5x.
Both players connecting in this bloated pot.
Yeah, so it went limp, 5x, call. And with the jack 10 now, with this ace high board, not what you really want to see, but you do pair up. Does he want to kind of bet small to maintain control or kind of just check and pot control bit? And he's going to go for the former, which is that maintain control. Helpful to have the little backdoor diamonds in Schweck's hand, but of course the pair of jacks is good enough to make a stance here.
$7.6 million, certainly a path for KT to win this one as he was the aggressor.
Decent turn card, giving both players the open-ended. You usually want to kind of try and just contain the pot a bit with so much clear equity. But KT has got a different plan, just continuing to fire. It's interesting. I guess he's trying to extract from like 10-9. It's not something you see too often with this type of holding.
There's 10 million in the middle already. One of the biggest pots of this heads-up match so far. Both players with the same hand. Well, don't think KT is going to be winning this one. It does open the door for Schwecht to potentially turn his hand into a bluff. Although
they got decent showdown value. I'm not sure they want to try to bluff each other with this holding. KT doesn't have diamond in hand, which isn't helpful.
Check.
this could take a while, Randy, although, as I say that, sub 40, ace-king suited.
Would be bad timing to put in a 3-bet of this hand, so good thing he does just call.
Oh my. I mean, this could just be it. King, Queen, 4, 2 hearts, top pair, nut flush draw for KT, open ender, and a flush draw for Tobias. And what are we? We're 35 bigs effective on this flop. 1/3 pot C-bet from KT.
Lots of runouts where chips could just fly in there. He's going to take the passive line with just call. But we know a heart would be very damaging, as well as an ace. And KT just has so much of this board. Him holding the kings means that the most likely hand he would extract from is Queen X. With hearts to go with his hand, he shouldn't want to blow out his opponent out of the water with too large of a bet. So 2.5 into 4. If you didn't take the aggressive line on the flop of this Jack-10 of hearts, usually you'll just continue to just call here. Try to make your hand hard to represent something that improved on a deuce.
It's not enough to get all the money in, though. That sizing on the turn and river, sorry, on the turn, the flop and turn. Schwecht's probably thinking, how have I bricked this? But little does he know, had a heart rolled off, it would have been GG's.
KT looking to extract from the Queen X. A little bit of King X, but he does block that.
Looks like he had a plan all along to not go for the jugular, but rather just try and milk.
Yeah, milk and just grind your opponent down. I think it's a pretty good play. He just had so much of that board where if he bets too big, he doesn't
Right.
want the queen X to just make a hero fold on the turn.
Had he just gone bomb, though, that could have been an entirely different situation.
Four, right? Four, and four.
Down to just 11 million. KT has just been winning so many of the pots. Can he just lean? Finish him off.
It really has been a one-sided affair.
Dry texture here of the King 5-3-2 clubs. Although we've seen Schweck check back these spots. Looking to put in a delay bet. But sometimes it did count. Backfired once when KT opted to bet with his kind of 10 high holding before. And look at KT just attacking here of just 10-7 offsuit. He has no connection. He just feels that when his opponent checks back, he's just so weak, and he is winning the lion's share of the hands. Hands that a lot of players wouldn't just fight for in these spots with no equity. Bleeding down to 27 BBs for the German.
Schweck's really thinking this one through.
I don't know, I was thinking about forcing a pot his way because he just really has not won a single pot.
It's a sizable one as well. Comes with the 4X.
Yeah, you don't see it too often with this 9-7 offsuit. But perhaps frequency-wise realizes that he should get some credit eventually.
Chat's going absolutely wild. 3,800 people watching as things stand. Schweck still in this fight. Just shy of 30 bigs. It really has been a one-sided affair, though.
Let's see if Schweck opts to c-bet this board. I mean, we saw him check back to ace high before, looking for delay c-bets, but that's kind of been backfiring. Yeah, this time he's not going to let that happen once again.
What's it going to take, chat? A modern day cooler. Top pair v top pair. Someone outkicked.
How about old school cooler? What's that?
All in pre-flop. You know how it is. KT not slowing down. Sticking to this 2.5 big blind pre-flop strategy. Haven't seen an out of line 3-bet yet.
I mean, besides the Jack 7 earlier for a second or third hand of heads up. From Schweck, do you mean?
Yes, precisely. But
have we even seen him 3-bet?
I don't think so.
Big whiff here for the 10-6 offsuit, but Schweck does have the inside straight draw backdoor hearts. Against the 1/3, the Jack 8 of hearts, mandatory continue, I'd imagine.
In the form of a call, or we can do both?
The shorter you get, calling becomes quite nice. You know, when you're deeper, you can apply more pressure without risking your whole tournament life as well. Does pair the bottom card. He might lead, actually. He doesn't, but it is the type of card where you do see the big blind lead from sometimes. Very hard for KT to win this pot, and especially holding 10x is not ideal, as you block the straight draws that you try to fold out. Hence, it's more likely your opponent is paired, and he does pair the 10 with the straight coming right in.
That is a rough one for KT. That's the card in the deck that's going to cost him the most chips. One would assume, depending on size.
Could see Tobias going pretty large, actually. Let's see. So it looks like he's actually going milky here and gets snap called. Against the hand he was up against, he couldn't go too big. Realize he's out.
So one finally going to buy Schweck's way. Something that hasn't happened on too many occasions during this heads-up match. You surprised that we're here, Randy?
Here in which way?
Here in London? No, here in Heads Up after just 5 hours.
We definitely fast forward time in terms of how fast to get the heads up, because look at how deep they are.
Yeah, we started off around 80 big blinds.
Normally a heads up shouldn't start this deep. So, I mean, with those eliminations that we saw at the final table, it makes sense why we're already here. But easily, let's just say KT didn't get there with the Jack against Ace King. This could be a bit of a grind, as well as the Ace 7 going down.
Yeah. That was insane. Advantage. Schweck, who's now opted to employ a limping strategy on the button.
Yeah, he's been pretty mixed in terms of 2.5x and limp. Got a ball now for Kenapong Tanarachikul.
Say that again 5 times real fast.
Kenapong Tanarachikul, Kenapong Tanarachikul, Kenapong Tanarachikul. Pretty good, right?
Randy. Take a day off. Set on the river. That was solid effort. That was. I'll give you like an 8. Come out to Thailand and we'll get that up to a 10, pal.
Well, he is going to put in the overbet value bet on a funny texture, right? Flush comes in, 2 other straights, but just recognizes that he's best.
So check, flop.
Remember, Tobias also might know now that KT kind of attacked earlier on that wheelie board with the random overbet.
That's a good point.
So a lot of like meta going on into his hand.
Does he want to be a hero? Check, flop. Check, turn. Gets away from it on the river. Did give it some serious thought at least. So there we go. Blinds going up. Quick dealer change. 99 bigs for KT. Tobias Schwecht still in the fight with 37 big blinds, £305,000 locked up, 480,000 going to the eventual champion as Randy. I'm going to step out. Ollie Najad is going to step in as this heads-up battle continues here in London.
So then, onwards we march, heads up, in perhaps faster fashion than we would have anticipated at the onset of this final table of the WSOP International Super Circuit main event, where KT has King 7 up against a couple of 7s. 2.5x open sizing. Randy, you've been here front and center for the bulk of this heads-up match.
Yeah, both players kind of employing a mixed strategy, and this is Tobias Schwecht's first 3-bet in this heads-up match.
And it's obviously with good reason. So KT respecting what he anticipates to be a respectable range, given the 3-bet. Currently a healthy chip lead for KT. We've talked about the immense popularity of him in his native Thailand. Has done so much to help grow the game.
I can confirm it because there's so many Thai people in the chat just typing away.
Yeah. As is always the case when he, Punat Pansri, Pacharawang Wachit, take the stage. His deuce 5 offsuit looks to take a flop.
You can actually limp the button so wide in heads up because of the big blind ante format. So deuce 5 does go in, and ace 9 going to try to price him out.
Does so successfully. Now we know that the players have negotiated to have the blind levels.
Okay, I was not aware.
Down to 30 minutes, that's my understanding. As such, we would expect that maybe that ring will find a finger sooner than it would have otherwise. Though, I turn to you and ask, based on what we've seen thus far, heads up, if you feel like these guys are capable of playing for stacks at this depth here and now, or if it would require one of those queens, ace, king, kings, aces kind of deals.
The pots that have been happening so far show signs of Kenapong just really attacking with some kind of dusty holdings, so this could easily end rather quickly. He has been winning the majority of the pots. Tobias kind of grinding downwards, but he's giving him some fight. Wouldn't surprise me if all the chips just go in there without a typical cooler. It could be one of those situations where I want to muscle my way and win this pot with a triple barrel bluff. Could happen. You can see I'm kind of just mixing up between limping and raising from the button, this Tobias Schweck.
And I'll tell you what, those that are that balanced, Randy, become incredibly difficult to play against because you just can't eliminate any part of their range based on the pre-flop decisions.
Yeah, and also his post-flop decisions have been very balanced as well, so you can't just assume, well, he checked an ace high board, therefore he never has an ace. For example, balance is very important heads up where you just often have nothing. You know, you can't just play so straightforward. And the blinds do go up.
Stacks diluted even further here. $250,500.
Rest.
In terms of strategy, Kenapong has been raising more often than not than Tobias Schweck. Trying to just lean on some weak big blind holdings, but ace queen of clearly a 3-bet candidate looking to get it in pre.
All in.
He just rips it in. It's interesting because you might think it looks excessive to jam 30 some odd blinds, but he's seen KT at the final table make some really big holdowns with some weaker holdings.
Pre-flop for stacks?
There was a situation that you missed where Kenapong raised ace-jack suited, and the guy in third place had 38 blinds, just put in 4 million straight with ace-king, and he just thought, you don't got it. Ran him down, river-jack. So if you kind of play off of some of the things that happened at the final table, you might be able to find situations where you can just get all your chips in as a heavy favorite, which Tobias Schweck tried to do there. Like, if he was up against some, I don't know, ace-8, ace-9, he might be like, let's just run it.
Yeah. Although arguments, certainly, when you're looking at players as competent as these two, can be made for not embracing the variance because we are so comfortable with post-flop play and multiple streets and decisions associated with playing pots deeper down.
So because both of these players are very good at post-flop, you can kind of just play more for chip EV. Against like a player you perceive to be weaker, then you'd want to kind of reduce the variance and play more post-flop spots.
So if they don't feel that they have an edge against one another in particular, then it's a wash, and then we embrace the variance maybe and play for the chip EV you speak of.
Exactly, and obviously we don't know what they're thinking, but I think they do have a lot of respect for each other in terms of post-flop abilities.
No question. As both of these guys may have some history just based on the time they spent in the prior 2 weeks grinding away at one another in the Triton Super High Roller Series at much bigger price points. And yet, as we see Schweck, top pair, barreling through, there is nothing about what I've seen out of either of these two players to this point that would suggest that they are playing any differently than they would be in a 250,000 pound buy-in or a 200K buy-in. I mean, they just approach the game in a proper manner, no matter what the stakes.
And you're 100% correct. Throughout this final table, even when there's just 9 players, they haven't deviated from their game. You know, sure, maybe this is a smaller bind than what they play from time to time, but they're taking it very seriously, not just splashing around. And they have been 2 of the most aggressive players at this final table. No surprise to see them heads up for, what, a 180,000 pound difference?
175,000 to be exact, as 305,000 pounds are locked up. 480,000 pounds and the ring are what await the champion. Who will it be? KT, 6-2 suited, making his bid yet again, getting 3-bet. And we don't know what that side card is, so we're not sure just how spicy
The dish that Schwecht is serving up to 3.7 is...
What's important here is that Kanapong's been 3-bet about 3 times since you arrived, it seems. So it's going to kind of create a situation where he might feel he's getting 3-bet light at least once in those spots. He might defend the 3-bet a little bit more, maybe come in a 4-bet, or even introduce limping at a higher frequency to kind of dissuade that kind of strategy.
There is a look at 62% of all the chips at present, working his way toward 40 million, but not if Schwecht has anything to say about it. Queen 9 offsuit on the button. See if he comes with the limp or the raise. It's the former. And in the window lies a queen, but a gut shot and bottom pair for KT. He will check.
A little bit of interference with the hands they've got. 700K to extract from these middling pairs, these gut shots, which is what KT's got both of. I see 2 pair, and I see a straight. And with this 2 pair, with the 4-liner here, not too much value to be had on the turn. You don't want to get bet fold this type of holding, which has clean outs to a full house.
And now things getting even worse for Queen 9 as the 10 pairs and counterfeits. Meaning any Queen X with a better kicker would down this Queens and 10s with a 9.
So KT's sizing here, screaming for some crying calls from like the 10X holdings. It's very hard for Queen 9 to be good here unless he feels that 8X would turn their hand into a bluff. But a heads up, you don't really need to turn in the 8X into a bluff too often. It's going to pay off. Just KT's image just allows him to extract these calls. You know, these might be a hand you fold against other players, but against KT, you got to keep him honest.
So 1.4 was the proper sizing as KT continues to create separation. Randy, and it can be very frustrating if you don't have emotional composure when you're sitting here heads up and you're getting whittled down and you feel like you're getting sucked out on and nothing's going your way. You open pots, you get 3-bet, you're forced to lay it down. But important to just stay the course, play one's game.
I mean, this is what you have to do as a professional player, is just have that composure. Let the steam off after the conclusion of the event, whether you win or lose.
Yeah, because it can get very expensive if you start steaming before the conclusion of event. And you may very well be the reason that conclusion happens more quickly if you get steamy enough. These two don't rate to be cut from that sort of cloth, though, as the offsuit 1-gapper activates in the face of a KT limp. And Schwecht has kind of been giving KT fits from out of position.
Yeah, and you know what? It's time to put some resistance here with the 8-6 offsuit.
Poorly timed, given he shares the 8 with Schwecht.
Yeah, you don't expect that in a limp raise pot.
This ought to be an easy escape.
It's also not a good texture for the 10-8, although it is nice that he does pair up. Now I would say this one's over.
No club on board, no reason to be putting any added chips into the pot, but he did dig in a little bit, and I'm not so sure it was because of the 8-6, Randy, but more so what you touched upon is that how many times am I going to let this guy take the betting lead and maybe punk me off a hand when I'm on the button? And maybe we'll start seeing a different response in terms of limp 3-bet, which is obviously designed to smack someone on the hand and
Yeah,
remind them that it's not just like you get to
Have you been naughty,
hammer
Tobias?
away. Yeah.
But you're right. You know, and I did kind of expect the limp to come in after he got 3-bet 3 times, and then the second he limps, he gets raised.
Yeah.
Like, something's up.
Yeah. The frequency just feels disproportionately high out of Schwecht. Now then, top pair against middle pair, that which develops after KT does not return the favor of an out-of-position pre-flop raise.
Could see some extraction. 8-4 might actually feel its best. It's not, as you can see. And with that check through into board pairing 3, that's going to give Kenapong an opportunity to potentially extract, but he feels there's more value in inducing bluffs.
Well, that's provided that Schwecht will comply. One couldn't fault him if he chose to do so with 1.5 in the middle, as it does read like some genuine disinterest out of KT. So 2/3 pot, the volume at which this question is asked.
The 3 is not really a card you can raise on, even though you know you got the best hand a lot, just in case. They do have trips. Ooh, look at that. That's actually interesting because it improves the pair of 8s to 8s and 4s, which
course.
you might value bet against.
It's only provided you think that you can narrow down KT's range to exclude the 10 and include 8x. That one would be excited by that development, because obviously the 2-3s on board mean any 10 have you beat.
Yeah, and this river card has costed him more chips. I believe he was intending to check back if he did not improve. He won't be seeing those 2.7 anymore. Unless KT makes some heroic fold that's incorrect. Doesn't seem happy about it as he sips on some water.
Well, I mean, consider the sizing, Randy. 2.7 into 3.5. This isn't bashful, but KT hydrates and then washes down the water, chases it rather, with a big helping of chips. And you saw a bit of a furrowed brow there from Tobias. I'm not sure that he expected to be shown a 10 as played.
Then that's why he did value bet the 8s and 4s. You know, it's... You make a thin value bet that you're on the cusp with, and you kind of regret it a little bit when you see the showdown.
I don't know about you, but when I'm in situations like that where a line confuses me, and then I end up on the losing end of those sorts of lines on more than one occasion, there's a point at which I stop and I ask myself, wait a minute.
What was that?
It sounds like Danny Tang has just shown up with Kiat Lee to join Punat Punsri on Team Thailand over on the rail, but to finish the point, initially you may think, oh, this person's playing poorly or suboptimally. And then you lose to a few of those pots in those spots, and then at some point you start to reevaluate and go, wait a minute, am I getting played here? Is this person deviating and exploiting me?
Deviations is the most important thing in heads up and adjusting. That's where you can create lots of EV against your opponent, which could be like a very fair match. But if they don't adjust properly, you can really run away with it, which KT kind of has been doing in this heads-up match since the beginning.
Absolutely, he has gotten the better of Tobias so far. Schwecht just about down 2-1 here as 2 king highs pre-flop. Not sure what that side card is for KT, but doesn't feel like a king. Rates to be the one.
Doesn't need to be king. Could be the queen,
Sure.
5 or 4. Could be anything.
An ace. So we do see him firing once more.
You do notice the king of diamonds in hand, which is going to get Tobias Schweck to continue. Without the diamond, he might not. 1 overcard to the board is nice. The 10 overcards, the middling stuff.
Now the 3 would present a wheel draw to any ace X, other than ace deuce, of course, which would be the wheel.
We don't know if this is semi-bluff or value, but it's definitely going to get it done against the king 10 offsuit.
I tend to agree with you, but I'm always apprehensive about making assumptions, especially when we're staring at 2 guys, Randy, that understand how important it is not to just pitch straight down the plate, to do things a little bit differently. This not the one, of course. Little excitement being generated, courtesy of all that energy that Danny Tang brings to every room he walks into. And there's a peek at what is now a 3-1 chip lead and then some for KT, as he certainly is in prime position now to polish off this 26 big blind stack for Tobias Schweck. But if Schweck doubles, note that it's effectively a reset button. So kind of one of those moments where it is important to keep your thumb down, but not all of a sudden give a spin in a sketchy spot. Find yourself unraveling all of the work that you've done to this point in one pot.
Yeah, you do have to be careful, but you do try to lean to not allow your opponent to kind of chip up to like 35 big blinds or so.
A lot of psychology in heads up too, Randy, where, you know, when you get somebody what you feel like might be on their heels and you should be able to land a knockout blow and they just are resilient or they double through a few times and whatnot, you really, even with the chip lead still, can start to see people come undone. Don't know, again, that these are the 2 candidates for such sort of
I know where you're coming from, is that sometimes when, let's just say you got like a 6-1 chip lead and they double up, and then they double up again, you feel like it's just walking away from you and being stolen, in the sense that you might make some mistakes now. I do feel that these 2, it won't happen to them. For now, it is just, let's try and win this tournament outright. And hold on, 4-3 of clubs, wrong color, grabbing raising chips.
How about it? As KT recognizes it's tough to hit this board, and it's very tough to call a check raise if we haven't. So Schweck bullied off of that one. And a little guilty smile from KT.
Almost like he doesn't have it, but he's been playing great.
Don't let his super sweet affect fool you. This is a killer. A homicidal maniac. I'm not talking about Schweck. I'm talking about KT. 4-3 of clubs, Randy. Obviously, the benefit is once the re-raise comes in from Tobias on the occasions that it does, very easy. We just get away. But obviously, there wasn't really anything about that hand composition that suggested it should be the one.
Yeah, and what's really nice, actually, when you see that hand, is that KT is not looking for the ideal blockers to make a play like that. He's aware that this is, you know, main event in a tournament. If you feel like your opponent doesn't have it and you make a play and it's going to work, you just do it, even if you don't have the perfect cards to do so with. Oh, man, look at this.
This feels a bit ill-fated for the time being. 1 overcard to the 7s, and we'll see whether or not the limp 3-bet that we suspected at some point was brewing, percolating beneath the surface, does bubble over.
It's an ideal hand to do it with, 2 7s.
Matt?
Really, it's just one step ahead of Tobias.
Note that Tobias snap folds, and in doing so, I feel like there is a little bit to be gleaned, because when he tanks, then maybe the suggestion is that, no, I'm raising with real hands here, I'm going to let this one go. When we snap fold, it very much says the message conveyed, whether intentional or otherwise, that I was out of line. Let's not waste time. Move on. That's poker.
Yeah, it also suggests, it gives a little bit of a confidence boost, I feel, to KT, where he kind of set the perfect trap, made the play, and, you know, saw the snap muck. He's going to feel even more confidently in his decisions playing this now sub-20 BB stack of Schweik. I mean, he's feeling good. You can tell from the decisions he's been making.
Jack, Jack, Ace. Who wants it? Queen high is best.
Look, normally 9-deuce would want to bet this flop at a high frequency. I just wanted to see if he might be hesitant, as KT's been playing back, and Queen 3 might stick around. Maybe not this time. Nope. Put him back in the hole. There we go.
Nine rolling off as Schwecht connects.
Yeah, really just got bailed out on that turn card. And KT going to try to show down to Queen High. It's a bit of a scary card. I'm not scary card, but it's a good card for the 9-deuce, but scary when he gets check called, so pot control makes sense.
And now KT, whose Queen High was best when he check called on the flop, looking up at backdoor spades. He's unblocking that.
Queen High has enough showdown value because of the limp pot dynamic, where it's very wide ranges. If it was a raise pot and he somehow floated this, then he'd be more looking into attacking. And Schweck's actually thinking about value betting against King and Queen Highs. He feels that if KT had Jack or Ace X, would bet a lot on the river, but plays cautious.
So a full shutdown after Tobias took one swing at it. Also in that spot, we do notice that even hands as dusty as 9-deuce offsuit are going to take a flop, if allowed, from Tobias.
So if you see that holding at showdown on a limp, that basically means my opponent is never folding the button.
Correct.
Any extra information you can just gather to finish the puzzle is obviously helpful in a heads-up match with so much on the line.
But obviously it takes the right type of eyesight. Make sure that we notice these things. Well, Queen 3 once more for KT. He limps.
When he made that limp jam earlier, it kind of just allows him to limp a bit more, as the opponent should be a bit worried that the limp jam could be incoming. So he does get more free flops.
Gut shot straight draw for Tobias. Checks it over to bottom pair. Little white biscuit flicked forward.
A biscuit. I want a biscuit. You got one?
You know, it's funny. In this part of the world, unlike back in the States where a biscuit is a doughy, pastry-like situation, a biscuit here is like a sweet cracker.
Okay, I don't want a biscuit. How about a check raise? 7-4 offsuit. Got a ball.
Yeah, more biscuits going to be needed. 1.2 million of them, to be specific.
It's interesting with the Queen 3 as you don't interfere with the straight draws that might check raise in the spot. So he does make the call. You also don't expect 5x to ever check raise, so it's an 8x or nothing, but it comes right in, the pair of 7s.
Not the straight card, but enough of a card to put Schwecht in front. Now with the betting lead and almost 5 million in the middle, how does he want to proceed?
Could easily slow down with this kind of pair no kicker. Oh, he's going to maintain his foot on the gas pedal.
1.6.
You can see KT sighing. The 7 is really not a card you want to see. You're trying to pick off the gut shots, the straight draws, and they pick up at least a pair.
Nice work there from Schweck to earn himself a bigger pot than no pot at all, potentially, depending on how he would have approached that one, and what KT would have done in turn. As we fight on here in a deep stacked heads-up battle between two super high rollers that took a step down to play a 3,300-pound buy-in event, and we are very much the beneficiaries of that decision-making, as top-class poker is really on display in both seats here. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing, I like that.
It's 2 7s limping for Tobias, and this is the idea behind this sort of stuff. The 7s seem to be sticky in this particular deck, by the way. Is this the 3rd time that we've seen them pre?
Yeah, we have. And we're probably going to see an all-in. Right back at you, KT.
All in.
Yeah. Whoops. That's like a spider when you turn the lights on in the kitchen. Didn't expect that. You freeze. You hope.
What are you hoping? Just goes away?
You don't get smashed. No, the spider's hoping.
70.
Maybe no one will see me. If I just keep all 8 of my legs still.
20 something.
I've become more merciful recently, Randy. I used to just squish those spiders with not a care.
Oh.
But now, into a little glass and then into the backyard. My neighbor's backyard, obviously, not my own, but...
13, 14.
That doesn't extend to houseflies or scorpions, though.
Scorpions are just crawling around.
They're not
your
just
pad.
crawling around, but every now and again, I'm in the desert out there in Las Vegas. They're a thing. No mercy for a scorpion.
I'm
Or
trying
again,
to think
a
of
housefly.
that old movie of the spiders, and they just start killing people. I feel
We're
like
talking about arachnophobia?
Arachnophobia, that's the one.
John Goodman?
I don't know who was acting in it, but if you let them survive, that could happen to you, Ollie.
I'm almost positive neither of these two guys at the final table were alive when that movie came out, Randy. That's how deep you went. And on the topic of deep,
nice.
Schweik digging deep and sticking all 15 million plus in there as KT now on a bit of a slide.
So actually, it looks excessive for 30 blinds, but he's seen KT have a very pre-flop raise heavy strategy, so it allows him to kind of make that move and still make it a plus chip EV situation. And also, Ace Deuce doesn't play that well post-flop.
These guys really have their hands full with one another. There's so much leveling going on in any given spot here, and it's important to pay mind to everything that's been going down heads up, because that's exactly what these guys are drawing upon, in addition to the poker and the EV and all that stuff, when deciding to exploit, when deciding to all of a sudden activate.
You're right. In this heads-up match specifically, it's been a lot of adjustments, kind of who's going to step out of line and kind of step back from time to time. Some other ones is more we play the cards in the situation. But you do see these players making adjustments based on how their opponent is playing. Just like that ace-deuce offsuit 30 big blind jam, not standard by any means.
An open-ender, better than standard result for this 9-7 offsuit in a 3 million chip pot. Ten high, can't fight on. Although we might have said the same thing about 4-3 of clubs once upon a time, Randy, and KT just rose up with the check raise, so really can't think that you know
what direction any of these spots and pots are going. And that makes it fun. You know, if every single time we looked up at the screen, we felt like we could predict exactly what was going to happen, that wouldn't be considered exciting. Here, though, we've got two guys that are definitely keeping us on our toes and keeping one another on their toes for a 175,000-pound ladder between second and first. Jack deuce. Taking it up. 7-4. Happy to do so.
Yeah, these two players aren't shy of building pots even with these type of holdings. 3 million in the middle.
Oh, how about top two against bottom pair? Enough of a little piece for KT.
Does check back.
Does not improve. On the turn, though.
And Tobias with two pair on a board that has a lot of little mini straight draws out there can easily just value bet, even sizable if he wants to, as if he's holding like the 5-6X would want to barrel big. 2.2 into 3.
Sorry, can I say call? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
KT is going to make the call here. Pair of deuces. The idea is he's trying to pick off the 6-5X type holdings, all the spades, 10-9. There's just so many hands. Expecting a lot of check throughs.
Fours full of sevens for Schwecht on the end, though.
Most likely, he's able to extract value from 8X as played. Against 8X, it would look pretty good on this board texture. The 4 is also a bit disguised, as KT might not put Trek on just a naked 4 to bet so large on a turn.
Yeah, there was 3 million in the middle on the turn. That was the point at which Schwecht bet the 2.2 million.
Yeah, he went big with this 5.8.
Oh, look at KT. What are the busted combos that we're keeping an eye on here? 3-5, spades.
6X and 5X as well, since it did check through on the flop. He could have better than just pair of deuces in this spot, though. With this sizing, would Schwecht have an 8X still? Might be one of the questions. If he does feel that's the case, then the value betting range is clearly wider.
This would be a momentous power shift. If KT got a little too curious.
Last time he took a swig of that water, he was correct right after.
Not this time, though. As he calls and sends a 19 million chip pot over to Tobias Schwecht, Randy. And with that, Schwecht is now the chip leader.
Yeah, Schwecht's been playing his game in clearly the biggest pot for him.
Reset button has been hit here. As Schwecht now
Thank you.
in a bit of control, and couldn't have come at a better time as the blinds go to 300, 600,000. And you get a look at the official chip counts brought to you by Luxon Pay and GG Poker, where Tobias is in the lead. I'm going to step aside, and Henry Kilbane will be back with you shortly to take you through to a champion. As action does continue, commercial free.
So just a 2 big blind difference separates these two players. .5x here with the new chip lead. And KT wants the chip lead back
45,
immediately.
4.5.
4.5, just queen deuce offsuit. Napkins. And with that pot, we'll regain the chip lead. Now has a dominated 4. Going to mix it up with a limp here. Just 8-4 offsuit for Schweck. Looks like we'll be taking 3 to a flop here. 1.8 in the middle. Brings out the Jack 6 deuce 2 hearts. No connection for both players. Not even the backdoor hearts. King high good for a check back. Not too much has changed with this board pairing Jack. KT here deciding whether to showdown his king 4, which he's trying to do with one more check. Don't think Tobias Schweck feels the 8 high could ever win at showdown, but can he get a better hand to fold is the question.
8 high.
King.
Yeah, so this heads-up match is neck to neck now.
Is it really?
It is, Henry. It's been a really nice match.
Worthy of a Super Circuit main event.
Oh, 100%, and we got more to go.
Love to see it. Love to hear it. Let us know, as always, who you're rooting for, whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. £175,000 heads-up match. That's ridiculous. What is it, just 6 big blinds? 5 big blinds between the two? And I was watching along, Randy, as I was grabbing some food. There were a couple of spots. There was a 7-4 check raise from Schwecht on an 8-5 deuce. where had things not gone his way, he would have been down to like 8 million. Variance in heads-up poker. 113 hands in.
Yeah, a little bit of pair action here. Top pair looking good. Ace deuce. Mandatory continue with bottom pair. It is a big bet though, 1.5. Near pot.
Immediate discomfort for KT with that bottom pair and a gut shot. Randy, Schwecht is one card away from becoming the chip leader with 4.8 million in the middle and perhaps more value to be pursued on this turn card.
Yeah, the 8-5, you know, has a lot of value to be had, and he also wants to kind of protect, I'd imagine, against the wheel stuff. 7's not too intrusive to him. Besides 6-7, that would probably check call.
3.8.
Beautiful turn barrel from the German. Seems to know precisely where he's at.
It's very tricky here with the bottom pair and the gutter ball. The gutter ball is helpful in terms of what you do beat. Lots of straight draws.
Yeah,
Good laydown.
KT does get out of there, and Schwecht. Is that the first time, Randy, if I'm not mistaken, that he's taken the chip lead?
He did just briefly right before you came on, but then KT was like, let me 3-bet and take it right back.
Right.
But other than that,
now it's official.
It's official.
And you have to ask yourself, we were talking about momentum very early on when it seemed to be a one-way affair with KT seemingly winning every hand at the start of the heads up. On the flip side, how does one deal with that when things seem to just be going your way and all of a sudden you're now covered and no longer the chip leader?
Yeah, and you need to not let frustration come in. But with King 8 suited, we know the 2 jacks is going to bump it up. I don't really see him going anywhere.
It feels like an inevitable 3-bet. The hand that he folded 7-handed in that 4-bet pot.
Going to give it life against the same opponent. Up to 5 million.
See how KT proceeds here. Don't expect him to be going anywhere, especially heads up.
Yeah, it's just a solid holding to take flops with. Although he hasn't been 3-bet too much against this opponent. Maybe why he's actually thinking about it.
Yeah, but come on, King 8 of diamonds. Heads up, 40 big blinds effective. Is he perhaps thinking of option number 3? The answer is no.
I wouldn't think so. That would be quite excessive with this holding. So we got over 10 million in the middle. Very important.
Schwecht has KT covered by less than a big blind, 22.3 mil. Plays 21.8. And that 8 of diamonds, Randy, wrapped around the 7-7-5, and I wonder if we're going to see a turn card.
We easily could, especially if he sizes down, and size down is expected on paired boards, especially the lower ones. It's a type of board texture that you pretty much bet your range a lot in heads up.
Does bet 3 million. I've got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing a turn, Randy.
Yeah, it's very reasonable for him to peel one off with King 8 of diamonds.
And out of nowhere, we have around a third of the chips in play with 2 cards to come, as the 3 of diamonds is going to keep KT interested with 16.6 million in the middle already.
We could have a situation where all the chips go in by the river with these 2 holdings. And the Jack's checking, it's not checking because it's being cautious. It's because he feels that KT is going to float this flop a lot and barrel off the turn. And it's just not only like the 8-9s that's floating. It's going to be these backdoor diamonds, backdoor clubs, or hearts that would call the flop and does check back.
Well, with this run out, I do wonder, does Schwecht extend the invitation once more to KT to try and bluff him out of this one? If he was sat here with a hand like ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10, ace-king, KT would have to try and bluff those hands off. He does go for all of it. This just posturing from KT, obviously, with the king high. Schwecht's going to be up to 36 million. And for the first time in this heads-up match, has a sizable chip lead. And I have to ask, Granny, is that all in just really putting the question back on KT with a rivered 9, with an ace high, you know, the bluff catches that he can show up to the river with?
He also feels that taking this kind of bet check big all-in line, it looks a little bit odd and may get looked up a bit more. You know, he's already seen KT hero call him earlier with bottom pair when he had a full house. I believe he also expected his opponent to have showdown with the turn check back. The game plan was to try to induce from
that
these
makes sense,
kind of like floats.
That's
but
a
if they
great
didn't
point.
bet the turn, then he kind of think it's value now or showdown.
Yeah, that's a great point, Randy. That makes a ton of sense.
2 4s will look to limp jam a lot in this spot, although it is 30 blinds.
Wow. In just the space of a couple of hands, Schwecht has now extended to a 2-1 chip lead.
Check raise, incoming.
21. 2.1.
Nice call here with the pair of 4s. When you check raise this flop and get resistance, you gotta go in shutdown mode a lot. You also kind of block some of those straight draws, so kind of weights your opponent a little bit more towards showdown. It's pretty tempting to actually bet the 2 4s because of the counterfeit that exists in the form of a 9. You expect a lot of kind of check raise, check folds a lot. It wouldn't surprise me if he checks as well, but betting is pretty nice here. Maybe like 1/3, 1/4. Because you also don't expect 9x to check raise too much on this kind of paired board. And Jack X probably follows through on the turn quite a bit, especially when hearts come in, where he can represent more bluffs.
It's so frustrating when you're in KT's shoes and it just feels like your opponent's running away with it. It's outplaying you, you're outmatched. It's so easy to get into your own head. And
What is going on?
This with the queen high.
It could be getting in his head as he makes an ambitious call.
Now Tobias is just praying that KT was trapping turn with a jack. 9 million out there. KT with just queen high. It feels like such a...
It's a bit too ambitious for me.
I mean, you're blocking like queen 10.
And this out of turn river bet, it looks a bit desperate.
I mean, it looks desperate, and when we can see the hand, it feels desperate as well.
I mean, clearly a no-brainer all in here if the 2-4s looking, hoping his opponent has this jack.
Yeah, and you have to ask, you know, we're being a bit results-oriented because obviously Tobias has rivered a full house. But had that not been the 4 of diamonds and pretty much any other card in the deck bar a deuce or a jack, the question would remain, would this work for KT? And you have to assume that it would, like if you're there with 4s.
That's a good question. One that's hard to answer, of course. But, you know, Schweck would definitely need to spend a lot of time if that was the case. And, you know, like, KT has gotten Schweck all the way down to, what, 8-9 million himself. Kind of a bit upstuck just ever since losing that chip lead.
Well, kind of similarly to yesterday what we saw as Tobias does announce himself. Yesterday, there was a phase of the tournament where he was at the feature table with the overwhelming chip lead and lost a few pots, and then things just didn't seem to be going his way. It seems like a similar spot here, except he is now, of course, guaranteed £305,000. Tobias Schweck, by the way, guaranteed a career best cash, regardless of whether he closes this out or not. KT down to just 13 big blinds, Randy. Feels like the money's going to make its way into the middle sooner rather than later.
How much are you playing?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that hand was a byproduct of frustration.
Million and 7.4 million behind.
7.4?
Yeah.
Just 12 bigs back.
This should be the biggest lead we've ever seen in this heads-up match today.
Schweck with a 6-1 chip lead now, as KT flops top 2. Schweck with a piece, enough to certainly continue here. Continue he does. 3 million in the middle. The Queen of Hearts rolls off on the turn now, 2-tone. Still ahead of all of those flop draws.
With the present for all the draws, he can definitely try to protect his hand as well as represent them. Could easily get looked up by 1 pair holdings. Open and straight draws. Game plan for KT is to jam all rivers that aren't scary.
Which there are a lot of scary rivers around here. Any 4, 5, 9, 10, spade, queen, 6. I mean, the list goes on, but I know exactly what you mean. Setting up a very natural river jam here.
Nice call. I mean, sorry, not nice call. Nice call for KT, I meant.
Nice call. Oh my goodness, Randy.
That's got to be a wrap. Like, how does KT not jam and get snapped off by this 2 pair ever?
7 million in the middle. Schwecht finding... Okay, it's a 3-outer, but it feels like a 2-outer. Because had the jack of spades rolled off, obviously the 6s as well working for him. And KT checks back.
How did he check 2 pair?
Oh, wow. Almost. I have 2 pair.
You have 2 pair?
7, 8. Almost down.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's unbelievable.
That is an insane check.
7, 8.
Regardless of the outcome, has to be proud of at least that check. It's like Danny Tang, Kiat Lee, Punat Punsri all over on KT's rail. I can't get over that check, Randy. That was insane. How does he find the check there?
Especially with the stacks they were playing off of. He started the hand with 13 blinds.
3.5.
That's an unreal.
3.7,
Well,
5 behind.
He's got life here. If Schwecht jams the queen 3 off, the ace-8 suited's going to run it.
Well, there you go. Run it we will, Randy.
2-1 favorite.
To get back in this fight. Very happy, obviously, to get back up to 16 bigs. Hand number 117 of the 2023 WSOP Super Circuit main event. 910 runners in this one, down to the final 2. It was an all Thailand affair at the final table as KT led the pack, but now finds himself all in for his tournament life as it's a safe flop. So far, so good for the Thai superstar. One card away from doubling up to 16 bigs and being back in this fight. Schwecht looking for a queen or a 3. There's that ace that they were asking for. So the show must go on, Randy. 9.4 million for Kanapong now. Bit of breathing room, but needs to find a spot sooner rather than later, that's for sure.
Well, he's created a chance for him to come back, whereas most players will be out of there with that 8-7.
That's unreal. That is an unreal check back. It's insane how good that check back is.
Tobias still with the stranglehold in this heads-up match. Can't let KT get back in this.
The Thai fans go crazy. Cop and cup to the dealer.
I can't repeat it because I don't know how.
I just said thank you to the dealer from all of the Thai people.
Okay. This is a delightful spot for KT. Can get right back in it with these two jacks. King 5 suited often just open rips it. Going to limp.
What does KT do here? Facing the limp.
Suppose you make it like 2.5, 2.7 blinds or so.
It's gone small, just 2.5x.
Yeah, he has to go small given what he started the hand with. King 5 of hearts. Gotta continue.
All in.
He's actually gonna rip it in. Pre.
Oh no.
KT's,
Here we go.
He could be back in at 17.6 if he can hold.
Pocket jack. Yeah. JJ.
To get back in this, to get back up to 17.6 million and close the gap to a 2-to-1 chip deficit. He's got the JJ, but Schwecht has 32% equity. With 5 cards to come. As it comes, King high, Randy.
10 on the turn.
Schwecht with the 3 outer on the flop. KT asking for the 10 first. 9, 10, jack or an ace for at least a sweat as Schwecht improves unnecessarily to trips, and now KT, Randy is looking for a red jack and a red jack only to stay alive.
GG.
GG's indeed, Randy Lou. That is a wrap from the JW Marriott here, Grosvenor Park Lane. Tobias Schwecht taking down the WSOP Super Circuit main event. 910 runners. It is the German online crusher emerging victorious as the main event champion, going home with a career best cash, live cash that is, of £480,000, Randy, in a 3K.
It's an amazing, you know, we had so many entries in this circuit event. Phenomenal players reaching our final table. An epic heads-up match.
Well, turning it around from a 4-to-1 chip deficit, Tobias Schwecht beating Canapon Thanaratrakul, heads up. The Thai superstar going to have to go home with 305,000. And from us here in the booth and the entire team, good night. We're going to have a word with our champion, who's having a quick word with none other than Ali Najad.
Well, when we see the German flag associated with one of the players at the final table, we know that top-tier poker is generally what we've got in store, and Tobias Schwecht certainly did not disappoint. Tobias, congratulations to you. You really seem to have your hands full with the likes of Kanapong Thanaratrakul as your heads-up opponent. How much had you guys played with one another, if at all, over the course of the prior 2 weeks coming in to this heads-up battle?
I don't think we really played the last 2 weeks. We might have played a few hands, but not really anything in particular.
Coming into the heads-up match, were there questions that you asked, texts that you fired off, any sort of scouting reports that you were drawing upon to better prepare you to play against him in particular?
No, I think like at the final table we already played a lot of hands, so I think I had a good idea about how he's playing. And
well, let's talk a little bit about how you're playing, because you impressed all the way through at this final table. Obviously, he had you back on your heels at one point in time, and we thought perhaps he was going to close it out. And then there was that key pot, the 4s full of 7s, where he had Jack Deuce. Is that the one that you would say turned the tide, and walk me through it?
yeah, I think so. Before that, I was always kind of short and couldn't really get a foot into it. Whenever I got back to like evenish stack, I lost a few pots. And it was long back and forth, and that swung this stack into my direction. And yeah, was really good to hit the full house there and
never look back.
Yeah, and made a lot of hands, so that helps always in heads up, right?
So I want to talk about the fact that it's just over the course of the last couple of years that you have stepped up and started playing some of these super high rollers. You just partook in the second ever Triton Festival for you, picking up results there. And a lot of times we can be guilty of ego getting in the way as poker players. We didn't see any of that in you. And here you are in this 3,300-pound buy-in main event, playing with all of the heart that I think you would have played in the high rollers as well. Is it difficult to make the adjustment, come back down, or is it just another day at the office for you? How do you stay prepared?
I think it's pretty similar, especially since like in the end the field was pretty tough, so it was a lot of the same opponents that also played some Tritons or some other high rollers. So yeah, then you just ignore the money amount and then just play, and also there are high stakes up top anyway, so yeah.
480,000 pounds along with the ring going to be going your way. And I noticed a little piece of paper over here. I think maybe we hang on to this one and frame it, as this is the ticket that brought you the victory here. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a hand for Tobias Schwecht, your Super Circuit main event champion.